the Rebbe has nachas from every single one of us.
They would say of the great Hasidic master, Rabbi Dov Ber, second Chabad Rebbe, that if you cut his finger, it would bleed Hasidut. In today's terms, one might say, if you map the genome of a shliach, the gene sequence would read shlichus. By its very nature, shlichus, a permanent transplantation from the comforts of one's childhood community to an entirely new locale, every element and moment of the shliach's life is shaped by and therefore part of his shlichus. And so, if you chance upon a shliach on a late Friday afternoon, or any other time, in a gas station or anywhere else, don't be surprised if he's about to transform even the most random encounter into an opportunity to share a practical mitzvah or a few words of Torah. This is who he is.
The Rebbe sends Shluchim to the furthest stretches of this planet. Why does a young couple or family dare to tread where no man dares tread? Many will venture out to remote places lacking basic Jewish necessities. No Jewish school, no mikveh, sometimes no essential kosher food products. It defies comprehension. But it is because somewhere out there is a Jewish child who is crying. Sometimes the tears are readily discernible. Other times, indeed most often, they're crying internally, sometimes such that they themselves may be oblivious to their own tears. On the surface, they look strong, forthright, determined. But somewhere deep within, at the core, their souls are crying out. Hence, the Rebbe sent Shluchim, extensions of himself, as it were, to literally every corner of this universe, to even the most remote of places. It may be so far away, so out of the ordinary, so not in keeping with the norm. But if there is a single Jewish child there crying out, be they 3, 33, or 103, to the Rebbe, to every shliach, that place becomes the focal point of the universe to help them find their way back, to bring them home.
To me, the case for why we should support Chabad is obvious and is constantly being renewed with compelling evidence. And the proof is in a reality that we see today and every day with our own eyes. All of us here tonight are here 28 years after Gimel Tammuz because of the Rebbe's bold, inspired vision. Not only is the business model, so to call it, sustainable, it is spectacularly so. Later this evening, the International Roll Call will vividly illustrate the astonishing growth and how, since Gimel Tammuz, contrary to the predictions of so many so-called experts who said that the movement would, God forbid, collapse, or at least slowly fade away, the Rebbe's vision has continued to be realized at an astounding pace. In 1994, there were nearly 1,200 shluchim working in 737 Chabad institutions worldwide. Just hold those numbers in your head. 1,200 shluchim, 737 institutions. Remarkable, right? It had taken the Rebbe 44 years to build that network. Well, today, there are over 5,700 shluchim in nearly 3,000 Chabad institutions worldwide.
A round of applause for the whole wide world.
And welcome back. The main driving force that guided the growth of the Kiddush was Rabbi Moshe Kotlarsky. He served devotedly for many decades as the vice chairman of Chabad's Educational Center, where he helped establish Chabad houses both nearby and in far-flung outposts around the globe. But his most enduring legacy to the Shluchim was his deep investment in the daily challenges and triumphs of their lives. He was a father figure to them, and as well to their families and their children. Reb Moshe of blessed memory spearheaded the Kiddush from his very inception until this year. The Kiddush was only one of his many duties, but it is certainly one of the most visible.
That's right, Zev. The sheer scope of the initiatives that Rabbi Kotlarsky spearheaded from his Brooklyn office is just staggering. Chabad on Campus International operates on nearly 1,000 campuses worldwide. The Rohr Jewish Learning Institute is the world's largest provider of adult Jewish education. And America's 302, which provides specialized programming and infrastructure for Chabad centers, including CTEEN, Chabad Young Professionals, Mitzvah Society networks, and so much more. You know, we couldn't think of anybody more fitting as a tribute to Reb Moshe than to ask his son, Rabbi Mendy Kotlarsky, director of America's 302, to share some thoughts about his father, particularly his special attachment to the Kinnis. So welcome, Rabbi Mendy Kotlarsky.
Thank you.
Rabbi Kotlarsky, your father always appeared to be large and in charge at the Kinnis. But what was his personal perspective about the event?
For my father, the Kinnis was really about the ability to fulfill one more responsibility that the Rebbe empowered him with, to be able to take care of the Rebbe's family. The family of Shluchim coming together once a year, and the Shluchos a little bit later in Chaf Bei Shvat. For him, that's all it was. When you have a personal simcha and something you care so much about, and you want to make sure that each and every person that comes here is taken care of, is cared for, is inspired, uplifted, is a part of the program, a session, something important that they're going to be able to go back home with. And that was his real perspective on the Kinnis.
That's wonderful. Can you tell us a little bit about when the Rebbe handed the Kinnis responsibility off to your father and directed him to run it? How much discretion did your father have to shape the format and the content of the Kinnis?
Many a times my father shared with me his perspective of being lucky to merit to be around headquarters and to be able to watch the Rebbe operate. And many a times he told me the Rebbe had a very unique mechanism of management, a school of management. He would empower people with a responsibility. If you did it well, he gave you more to do. The Kinnis was no different. There are many Jewish events, there are many Chabad events, and some of them are very unique and beautiful. But when you put your heart, soul, and pull out all stops, no bars hold?
Holds barred,
No
right.
holds bar, right? And you know that this is the most important thing in the world, then it grows into the stage, on the global stage of what is here today.
Do you think when your father started or the Kinnis began, he could ever have envisioned something like this?
I think the whole notion that there's over 6,000 shluchim in 110 countries, reaching every Jew everywhere, is something that I wouldn't say was unfathomable, because the Rebbe, foresaw it. But at the same time, in the same manner, my father would say the Rebbe didn't set out to build an army of shluchim. He sent out one shliach at a time, another shliach at a time. And when we look back, you see the army that was created. In the same way, anything you do in life, just make the next step count, make the next moment intentional, make sure you do the right thing, and when you look back, you'll be surprised yourself at what you accomplished.
Yeah, looking back behind us, it is really amazing what has been accomplished.
Rabbi Kotlarsky, we said that the first Kinnis of Shluchim had 65 Shluchim. Today, Baruch Hashem, thousands of Shluchim filling the hall. Did your father feel that the role of the Kinnis evolved or changed in some way as the scope increased so dramatically?
If I had to choose, the answer is no. For my father, the Kinnis was about the Shluchim. This is the beginning, middle, and end. It's all about them, the messaging, the event. Even at the time when you say it evolved on some level and this room was opened up, it's not your regular dinner or gala where somebody can just come and buy a ticket and you're raising money. This is a celebration of Shluchim's work, their impact on the world, the global impact and transformation of the Rebbe's army. And in order for them to be able to do their job better, we enable them to bring 2, 3, 4, or 5 of their key supporters, their key members that enable them to do it. So in essence, the answer is no, but obviously he has always pushed us to be ahead of the curve, whether it came to programming, whether it came to any part of the organization, to be creative, innovative, and make sure that what we put together over here is the highest quality and impact.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Mendy Kotlarsky. We'll be right back after this commercial break with a story about hitting the Australian outback in pursuit of Jews in a land down under.
You are watching the pre-show of the International Conference of Chabad Lubavitch Shluchim, hosted by Merkaz Le'Inyanei Chinuch, overseeing the global educational and outreach activities of Chabad Lubavitch in 6 continents, with 5,200 centers and 6,049 couples, bringing Judaism to your city. The main event will start shortly.
We are back here at the annual Chabad Shluchim Convention, talking with Shluchim from around the world. Chabad has grown to become the most widespread Jewish movement in the world, as befits the Rebbe's vision. So Shluchim have found themselves in some very unique postings. One of the most unusual is Chabad of rural and regional Australia, Rara. This is not your conventional mission, as you will soon see in this Rara video and the interview which follows. The focus of most Shluchim is above.
Far-flung locations across the globe.
Even just one person is enough to get us going. Wherever Jewish people are, we will be there and we will join together with them to celebrate their Judaism.
Wow, what an incredible story. Here to share more about the Rara program, its vision and its shluchim, is the director, Rabbi Menachem Aaron. Thank you for joining us, Rabbi.
Thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Menachem. So, you look like an otherwise reasonable person. What in the world attracted you to this kind of shlichus? Tell us a little bit about it, and tell us why you were attracted to this kind of shlichus.
So Chabad of Rara serves Jewish people living all over Australia. Australia is a massive country, and people live in Melbourne and Sydney, but people also live in further away areas. And when this opportunity came up, I grabbed it right away. It was an out-of-the-box thing, something which enabled me to use my abilities to connect with people in very far-off places. They could be an hour away, they could be 30 hours away. It doesn't matter, but we're there to serve them and ensure that they can do a mitzvah and they can be part of Jewish life.
Rabbi, you know, Judaism is really a communal, but most of the Jews you serve are very isolated. So how does Chabad enable you to bridge that gap?
So the beauty of Chabad is that we have such an amazing value on just one mitzvah, just one interaction. And with that philosophy, with that idea with us, it doesn't matter if we have 2 people in the room or we have 20 people in the room. We are able to bring people together and we are able to show them that community, that connection between each other, just by bringing them in a room, by lighting the menorah together, by putting on tefillin, or by doing any other mitzvah. And it doesn't matter where they are. If they're coming together to do a mitzvah, they are creating a community and they are creating that connection which stays with them forever.
Do you continue to hear back from some of these people even after your visits are over?
We're in touch with these people all the time, and whether we're seeing them in person or we're in touch with them over Zoom, over the phone, we have that constant connection, and it's something which even though they may be very far away, that connection is always there.
It's like you're creating a virtual community.
We create a virtual community, and the best part is we meet up in person often as well. Our volunteer rabbis that are on the road right now, we've got 2 rabbis 4 hours out of Melbourne as we speak, and they're connecting with Jewish people out there wherever they are.
Amazing, amazing. So Ra-Ra service model is kind of rare. Would it work in other places? Has it been tried anywhere else?
Yes, absolutely. It's been tried in a number of different places and succeeded in a number of different places around the world. Here in the United States, in the state of Georgia, there's Chabad of rural Georgia, in Arizona as well as outside of the states, in Argentina, as well as Brazil, and even in Thailand, they're setting up Chabad Shluchim that are dedicated to serving people in more remote and more spread out areas. So definitely something that is worth trying. And if you know of some remote Jews, it's definitely worth getting in touch with them and building a connection with them.
Have you ever had a situation where you met somebody in sort of a far-flung place and that led to eventually starting a Chabad house or a bigger group?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's actually 3 Chabad houses which we've been very instrumental in setting up and starting around Australia. 8 years ago, we opened one up in Cairns, all the way to the top of Australia. About 5 years ago, we opened up a Chabad house in Newcastle, about 2 hours out of Sydney. And just 2 years ago, we put Chabad Shluchim in the Sunshine Coast, a beautiful part of Australia, which has over 1,000 Jewish people in just that area. So definitely something which we look forward to doing further and opening more Chabad houses in other regional parts of Australia.
How difficult is it to recruit people to come and do the Ra-Ra experience?
It's a challenge to get people to move to Australia. It's the other side of the world, but once they're in it, everybody enjoys it. It's an amazing experience to be able to, you see straight away, you see the connections that are being made, you see the people that you're connecting with, and it's something which is the most rewarding work you could ever do.
Thank you, Rabbi Aaron. It was wonderful meeting you, and good luck with the work that you're doing, and hopefully you'll see other people replicating the same kind of activity.
Thank you, and thank you for having me.
We'll be right back after this commercial break with a story of tragedy and rebirth as Chabad of Mumbai commemorates a very special occasion.
You are watching the pre-show of the International Conference of Chabad Lubavitch Shluchim, hosted by Merkaz Le'Inyonei Chinuch, overseeing the global educational and outreach activities of Chabad Lubavitch in 6 continents, with 5,200 centers and 6,049 couples, bringing Judaism to your city. The main event will start shortly.
We're live. We Jews are the most resilient group in history. Mark Twain observed that of all ancient peoples, only Jews have survived intact, and he mused about what might be the secret to our continued existence. Of course, we Jews have always known that our secret is our Jewish covenant with Hashem. The Outback is only one of the many challenging or exotic shliach postings around the globe. 16 years ago today, terrorists stormed into the Nariman Chabad house in Mumbai and murdered Chabad emissaries Rabbi Gavriel and Rivka Holtzberg of blessed memory and 4 of their guests. Rabbi Moshe Kotlarsky, speaking from Mumbai just days after the massacre, reminded us all that the Rebbe taught us the proper response to fighting evil is by adding light, which is strong enough to dispel it. 3 years later, remarkable Chabad Kappa Rabbi Yisrael and Chaya Kozlovsky became the new Shluchim in Mumbai and moved the Chabad house back into Nariman House. Here to tell us about how Chabad has risen from the ashes to carry on the Rebbe's mission are Rabbi Yisrael Kozlovsky, Director of Chabad of India, and Rabbi Avraham Rappaport, America's Shliach, who recently spent a week running Passover programs in Mumbai and other Indian cities.
Thank you both for joining us here today.
Thank you.
And for the amazing work that you're doing. So I can only imagine, Rabbi Kozlovsky, that the Jewish community of Mumbai must have been in shock and horror after the events of 2008. How did Chabad help to heal the community after this tragedy?
So first of all, by being there. Many would think that after such a tragedy, we will withdraw back. And with no time, Chabad was operating back again in Mumbai. And within a couple of short years, we returned to the same building. And we used that same building. We still have bullet holes in some part of it, as resemble the point that Am Israel will always strive and we will rise from ashes. In fact, we have upstairs in the 5th floor, the room where Moishi was saved from. And there is a height measurement that his mother, Rivki, Hashem Yikom Dama, wrote. And she wrote his age, she marked his age when he was 13 months old. A few years ago, he visited once again with the Prime Minister Netanyahu. And when he saw it, he asked him to stand next to it, and he drew his current height. And he wrote, Moshe is 11, Am Yisrael Chai. And when people come there, people from the community, people from outside the community, they come there, they see that Am Yisrael Chai, it's not just a theme or a song, but Am Yisrael Chai, it's a reality, and specifically from such place that resemble the power and the strength that Am Yisrael has.
Thank you, Rabbi. Moving over to you, Rabbi Rappaport, can you tell us what is Merkaz Shlichus and why did you volunteer?
Well, we know Merkaz Shlichus is something that was very dear to the Rebbe, sending out young yeshiva students to different rural places that didn't yet have an existing rabbi, Chabad house presence, and to go to these places, whether it's Pesach or the summer, and to make sure that there isn't a single Jew who doesn't receive love, care, a chance to wrap tefillin, a chance to light Shabbos candles. And for me, growing up in Mequon, Wisconsin on Shlichus, to go out on Merkaz Shlichus is a no-brainer. So that's what I did throughout my years of yeshiva.
Amazing.
So back to you, Rabbi Kotlarsky. So I'm trying to wrap my head around the idea of a Chabad house in Mumbai, in India. And I know that, you know, helping Jews in far-off places is what we do, and helping them get involved in Jewish programming. But what kind of Jewish programming have you got available there in Mumbai, and how do people find out about you, and how do they get connected?
So us programming does not start with just teaching Aleph Beis, but it starts from the foundations, from having a mikveh, to kosher food, kosher milk, to kosher chickens, and everything in between, Chevre Kadisha, and basically a one-stop shop for everything Jewish. We also have a very ancient Jewish community, which unfortunately all the infrastructure of that community have diminished within the past 50 years or so. So there are many Jews in the city that they lack the Jewish infrastructure, including chinuch and kashrus and family purity and everything in between, so we step in. So our first activity, our first major activity was a camp that we started 2 months after we arrived. And this year we celebrated the 12th years for the camp. And then it grew to a school. And we have classes, sit-ins, sick kids, and everything in between, young professionals. So how does people find us? So people from the local community, of course, we are under a speed dial of for everything Jewish and in between. And we have a lot of tourists, Israeli backpackers, that they look for us. They know where to come, they need a hug or a schnitzel. And many tourists specifically come to our Chabad house, even people who consider themselves unaffiliated, just because of the history of the place. So they come to see, and they walk out inspired because of what this place resembles. So it really changes people's view on their life and empowers them to act and to do. And this is to answer your question.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Let me get back to you, Rabbi Rappaport. You know, I know a lot of Israeli backpackers, after they finish the army, they head off to India. When you come back and they hear about you see the beautiful places that they've seen and the things that they've done. But for you as Merkaz Shliach, what are some of the highlights of your time in India?
Yeah, definitely you meet a lot of fun Israelis throughout your time there. But I have to first mention that there's many highlights, but one of the greatest, before we get into the end of Pesach, the Mashiach Suda, where we spent actually in a different city, but even just arriving there and being welcomed by Rabbi Kotlarsky, seeing a Shliach who lives halfway across the globe with passion and chayas and energy is something that I grew up in Wisconsin, you could think that's far, you can't compare. But one of the highlights for sure was the Mashiach Suda. We spent the second days in a different city called Bengalo, and it was a 3-day Yom Tif, and 3 days of Yom Tif with a handful of Israelis and some homemade wine will take you places, and it was an incredible Mashiach Suda, going through all the nigunim, singing the songs, dancing, crying, laughing, and then switching into a beautiful farbrengen afterwards was definitely the highlight. To think that here we are in the middle of a country that's not surrounded with tons of Jews, tons of Yidden celebrating, but in this small town, there's a home with a farbrengen, with dancing, with joy, celebrating Yom Tif, something which obviously only the Rebbe can have such a vision.
I think as your father would say, it was very juicy.
Yes, you would.
Thank you, Rabbi Kotlarsky and Rabbi Rappaport. We'll be back right after this short commercial break with an update on the ongoing efforts by Chabad of the Ukraine to deal with the ongoing humanitarian crisis the country's been going through in the last 3 years.
You are watching the pre-show of the International Conference of Chabad Lubavitch Shluchim, hosted by Merkaz Le'Inyonei Chinuch, overseeing the global educational and outreach activities of Chabad Lubavitch in 6 continents, with 5,200 centers and 6,049 couples, bringing Judaism to your city. The main event will start shortly.
And welcome back. This is Rabbi Hesh Epstein and Zev Jacobson coming to you live from the annual Shluchim convention at the New Jersey Conference and Expo Center right here in Edison, New Jersey. As you're all aware, the extent and the brutality of the war in the Ukraine has shocked all of us. Ukraine is home to over 350,000 Jewish men, women, and children who, together with Ukraine's entire population, have been in harm's way for the last 3 years. All eyes have been on the Russian invasion, and it has caused widespread destruction, occupation, and disruption throughout the land. The suffering has created a truly humanitarian crisis and has upended the lives and the work of 384 Chabad Shluchim serving communities throughout the Ukraine. Former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett recently tweeted, "There is nothing like Chabad in the world. Every time Jews get caught in distress, no matter where it happens in the world, you will find Chabad angels there who are trying to help." We are fortunate to have with us one of those angels and to do this interview with a Chabad Shliach on the front lines who is here to share his experiences and insights with us, and we are very grateful to Rabbi Moshe Moskowitz for joining us today. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Welcome, Rabbi Moskowitz. You know, Chabad has had a very strong presence in Ukraine even before the war. Can you tell us a little bit about what Chabad Shluchim were doing for the community before the Russian invasion?
Well, already in 1990, when the doors opened in the Soviet Union, the Rebbe sent families over there, Shluchim. I was one of them coming to Kharkov, but all over the Soviet Union, there is a Shluchim that are there from the beginning. We were witness the biggest miracles in our times, when in a land where 70 years they didn't let the Jewish people go to synagogues, schools, cheder, all of a sudden, everything is possible. The Rebbe called it the times of miracles, and we saw those miracles day by day. People that didn't know, they only knew that they were Jewish. All of a sudden, the rabbi came from here, and everything opened up. I remember the first Friday night, I came to the synagogue, a beautiful synagogue in Kharkov. All of a sudden, people see a young rabbi walking in. They thought, a rabbi has to be a long white beard. I'm getting there little by little. And, you know, all of a sudden comes energetic families that the Rebbe sent, and unbelievable, all over the Soviet Union. In Ukraine, every single city where there are communities, where there are Jewish people, there is a Chabad Shliach that is there from the beginning, from 1990, and whenever everybody else came. And I remember that they asked me, how long are you staying in Kharkov when I came with my wife and child? I told them we're going to close the lights of the synagogue when everybody is gone. I didn't know how deep those words are going to be, but this is where we are.
Amazing, amazing. So, Rabbi Moskowitz, can you tell us both how the war has impacted the Ukrainian Jews in general and Chabad's ability to continue to offer all your services to the Jewish community?
Well, the war is a tragedy. The war fell on us in Ukraine, especially also in the city that I am. I am a few minutes away from the Russian border. Before the war started, I was 40 minutes away by car. Now I'm a few minutes away from the Russians, and they're bombing the city day by day. Every single day, there is bombs in the center of the city where we are. The war has impacted terribly everybody. There are those who lost their houses, their work. A lot of Jews had to leave Ukraine, had to leave Kharkov. But a lot of new Jews came. Those who till now, they didn't have any connection with the community. All of a sudden, the community became the center of help to all the people who stayed behind. I remember when the war started, after the first week, we thought that everybody's leaving. All of a sudden, we saw the people are staying. So the choice was for us to go and close the community, close the synagogue, or leave people behind. Or we realized that the Rebbe will probably want from us to stay despite the danger that we live day by day. You know, there are people who walk between the drops of rain. We in the Ukraine are walking between the bombs. But on the other hand, the Kiddush Hashem, that they see that the Shluchim are there, the rabbis are there with the families, not by ourselves. I'm speaking today to you here. My wife is listening in Kharkov with my child, 10-year-old. They're listening to what we're saying. So we are very proud. We are thankful. It's good. It's hard, but it's good. You see the real work that the rabbis sent us to do over there.
That's very moving. I know I live in Israel, and I know what it's like having the missiles coming over. We have the Iron Dome, at least. Yeah. So I can't imagine what you're going through there, Rabbi. But tell me, what unique role do you think that Chabad can play in rebuilding the Jewish community after the war is over?
You know, the Rebbe always taught us that any time you go down is to go up even higher. So we are already planning. We are planning to greet all the people who left. And first we hope that we're all going to be in Jerusalem together, not, you know, together with you. But, you know, we are thinking and planning already to open the school. My school building was bombed and 98 windows were blown up. But we are planning to build stronger, higher, bigger, and to give the chance to every single Jew to get back to the Judaism, and this is the dream that, you know, that the Rebbe wanted from us.
Amen. Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you.
So Rabbi Moskowitz, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back after this short commercial break with two Chabad on-campus rabbis who will share their frontline experiences of the local war on anti-Semitism on our campuses across the U.S. today. Thank you.
You are watching the pre-show of the International Conference of Chabad Lubavitch Shluchim, hosted by Merkaz Le'Inyonei Chinuch, overseeing the global educational and outreach activities of Chabad Lubavitch in 6 continents, with 5,200 centers and 6,049 couples, bringing Judaism to your city. The main event will start shortly.
Welcome back. There's always been a subtle undercurrent of anti-Semitism on America's college campuses, but this has become a lot more overt and even condoned during the Gaza war. With 793 campus Chabad house directors, 364 campus Chabad houses, and over 150,000 students, no one is in a better position to assess and respond to this trend than the Shluchim at Chabad houses on campus. In a letter from the Rebbe, he wrote to a campus shaliach, "Fortunate is your lot, for you have the ability to influence and take part in the formation of Jewish youth." Here to share an up-close and personal perspective on the plague of campus anti-Semitism are two campus shluchim from very different campuses, communities, and political cultures. We are proud to welcome the two spiritual lamplighters illuminating the hearts, minds, and souls of our youth and future leaders. From Stanford University, we have Rabbi Dov Greenberg, and from the University of Texas, we have Rabbi Zeb Johnson. Welcome, rabbis.
Welcome, both of you, and thank you for being here. For Rabbi Johnson, the question I want to ask you is, how has campus anti-Semitism manifested itself at your campus?
Sure, it's the question of the hour, without a doubt. You know, we just sat a few shluchim with a major head of a Jewish organization, and he asked us the same question. And he said whenever he speaks to other organizations outside of Chabad on campus, he hears, oh my gosh, it's horrible, the encampments, the negativity, the darkness. But whenever he speaks to Chabad Shluchim on campus, he hears, Baruch Hashem, it's going great. So I'm not saying there's cognitive dissonance that there is a reality on the ground, that we have task force, and we make sure that there is the activity that going on the ground is taken care of. But the idea of doing Judaism joyfully is something that Chabad on campus is able to bring in a very unique way out of all the organizations and worthy ones out there. And that is what the students feel, and that's what the broader community feel, and that what truly makes changes on the ground.
So are you seeing tentafadas? Are you seeing protests? What are some of the manifestations of the anti-Semitism?
Yeah, look, we live in the great state of Texas, and I always say Texas is the greatest country in the world, with all due respect. So we do have encampments, we do have elements on the ground which are definitely unworthy and dark, and we do need to take care of. But I'll give you a story which happened on October 9th. On October 8th, our students, they called us up right after Simchas Torah, and they wanted to do a rally on campus amongst all of the tragedy and negativity which just took place. And there was a certain fear in the air. And to give the students incredible credit, they said we have to go on the iconic rally steps, the iconic tower at University of Texas, and galvanize everyone, the Jewish community and the non-Jewish community. And we went out and we were there for the entire community in a way that is unique that Chabad on campus does, with a call to action, speaking about light, mitzvahs, and we had the Jewish community and the non-Jewish community in a time where some of us feel like the non-Jewish community is not out there for us. Sometimes we have to extend the hand and tell them about 7 laws of Noach, which we do so well.
Can you tell me, Rabbi, I can imagine with so much anti-Semitism, perhaps many Jews feel the need to hide their Judaism and not to express it openly. What are students telling you about how campus anti-Semitism has affected their religious identity, their observance?
Yeah, it's fascinating because while if you consume the media too much, there's a certain element of fear in the air. But on the ground, I always say, I take a lot of students to Israel every single year. And when you're in Israel, they come up to you and they ask you to put on tefillin and to take on another mitzvah and eventually put a mezuzah back in their home. But when I'm in America, you have to go to the student. But after October 7th, there's a hiserus, an awakening that I have never seen. And again, my background is I was a student at the campus where I'm a shliach now in 1999. So as a freshman, as a student back then, and as a shliach now, the awakening, the connection of students coming up to me not having to nudging them anymore, and to them asking me, Rabbi, do you have time to put on a tefillin with me? Can you come over to a mezuzah? I'm overwhelmed in a beautiful way with the desire and the demand from my students from very diverse backgrounds, demanding and wanting to do more mitzvahs, and putting up a mezuzah in a place where there's a mixed group of people, and saying and declaring out loud that this is my Jewish identity. I've never seen such power and awakeness and beauty with Jewish students in my entire life.
This is amazing, and I wanted to find out if the campus management, the administration, how have they been involved in this? Have you incorporated them in your work?
Yeah, the administration is wonderful. Again, we're in the great state of Texas, so the president has been a wonderful ally. The dean of Macombs has been a wonderful ally. There's actually a quick funny story. On Erev Shabbat, on that Friday after October 7th, she comes to me and in her Stetson hat and her boots, and she says, Rabbi, can I wear this? And I said, Dean, you do what you have to do. And she gets up there and she speaks to all of her students. She says, I want to tell you about the mitzvah of Shabbat candles. Now again, she's not Jewish, but she was there for the Jewish community, as is the president, as so many people in that administration. And we have an incredible partnership, and Jews, there's a reason that New York and California and the students are flocking to Texas, because with all the strategy and the elements we have to navigate with, it is a very incredible, strong state for the Jewish community and people, and University of Texas is just leading the way.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Johnson from University of Texas. We're here joined as well by Rabbi Greenberg from Stanford University. Guess a bit of a different culture, a different place, but perhaps you can you can tell us, how do you confront anti-Semitism and respond to all the attacks about genocide, etc., without losing the argument or moral high ground?
So, some time ago, I was doing this class in the Stanford Business School, and the class was about Jewish business ethics, the responsibility a human being has with power to help society. And at the end of the class, there are about 35 students there. One of the students raises his hand. His name was Ali. And he says, Rabbi, why is it that your state, the Jewish state, Israel, practices and goes against everything you just discussed? Love, kindness, reciprocity. guys are guilty of genocide, crimes against humanity. And the class got very quiet because it was about ethics, not about Israel. But I remember I looked at Ali and I said, Ali, please tell us, everybody in the class, why did you kill your grandmother? And it got quiet. And he said, Rabbi, I didn't kill my grandmother. So I said, Ali, please tell us, why did you kill your grandmother? I didn't do it. I said, is she alive now? He says, no, my grandmother's not alive. So I said, Ali, you agree that she's not alive. You admit that. He says, yes. The class started to chuckle because they realized that he had now walked into some kind of Talmudic trap. In other words, what happened here gets to the heart of your question. I accused Ali of doing something heinous, and he accepted the framework I set up. He accepted the narrative. And the moment he accepted that narrative, he lost the argument. And that's what's critical. The Jewish people, students on campus and around the world when we defend Israel, the moment we accept the narrative of genocide and all the crimes that Israel is not guilty of, but its neighbors are, then we lose the argument. So in Chabad houses at Stanford and across the country, what we teach the students is what is right about the Middle East is Israel. That's not what is wrong. And Israel is the one place that actually defends liberty, equality, justice, and all the great values of the Torah. And when that is taught with that kind of pride and confidence, then it changes the student body and it changes the space that Jewish students are in.
That's great. That's great. Really not accepting someone else's narrative and then finding the ability to reframe the argument is an excellent idea. I want to ask you about what role Jewish tradition and particularly the Rebbe's teachings play in helping students find resilience and strength to be able to deal with the anti-Semitism and the other challenges they're finding on campus.
So in Jewish tradition, you ask about Jewish... Closer. In Jewish tradition, the question is, when did the Jewish people become a nation? And when you look into the text of our tradition, you find a contradiction. There's one place where it talks about in Egypt, we're a nation. But later on, Moses, when he's defining the Jewish people, he says, Hayom hazeh nihiyot la'am. At Sinai, he says the Jewish people become a nation. So in Jewish tradition, it explains very beautifully. It explains that the Jewish people have two ways to become a nation. One way is in Egypt. In other words, when we are persecuted, when there's anti-Semitism and suffering, the Jewish people come together to unite, to defend off a predator, very similar to how animals do it out in the wild. And that's legitimate and it's necessary. If you want to survive, you have to be strong, we come together. And that is one way the Jewish people, indeed historically, became a people. But the second way the Jewish people became a nation, and this is very much expressed in Jewish tradition, especially in the Rabbi's Torah. The second way is not out of fear, but out of faith. Not because we're prisoners of anti-Semitism of the past, but because of a beautiful dream of creating a beautiful world of justice, of kindness, of kedusha, of mitzvah. And that's what Sinai represents. Sinai represents that Jewish people are united by a shared vision. So on campuses today, the Jewish students need both. They need a space like Chabad House, where Judaism and Israel is defended with strength and with pride, with moral clarity. And that's when we come together to fight against anti-Semitism. It's certainly needed. It's roots that keep us strong and allow us to thrive. But the primary thrust of Chabad House and of Torah is to celebrate its joys, its mitzvahs, its holidays, the vision of a beautiful world that each person is called to make because every student's an ambassador of God. In other words, to put it in a tweet, there's the Judaism of oi and the Judaism of joy. And the main thrust of Chabad is to teach the next generation of Jews the privilege and joy of being a Jew.
You know, Rabbi, I almost feel bad asking you this question after what you've just said, but, you know, sometimes when I read the news and, you know, you get to feel really bad about things, with the anti-Semitism rise on college campuses and across the Western world, do you really feel there is a cause for optimism?
So there's absolutely cause for optimism. And the truth is, when we look at Jewish history, if you ask, what's the one great lesson we could take from Jewish history, I would put it this way. On the Jewish calendar, there are 3 holidays that revolve around anti-Semitism: Passover, Purim, and Hanukkah. all of those three holidays, great empires, the Egyptian, the Greece, and the Persian, attempted to destroy the Jewish people. You could say in modern lingo, they revolved around the BDS movement. They wanted to divest and sanction, boycott, and destroy the Jewish people. So those were three holidays that we commemorate, literally that revolve around anti-Semitism and BDS movement. But when you think more deeply, there's something that gets to the heart of your question, of optimism. And that is, what are the three delicacies that Jewish people eat on these holidays? Matzah, donuts, latkes, and jelly cookies, named after Haman, who was the author of the attempted genocide in Persia. So in other words, to be a Jew is to know that there are enemies that want to destroy the goodness and the godliness we represent. That's no question. But to be a Jew is to know in our bones and in every breath we take that anti-Semitism and hatred will not define us. In fact, we will take the negative energy, the darkness, and somehow turn it into pastries, cookies, jelly donuts, triumph. We will take what is negative, what is dark, and use it as fuel to celebrate. And so, if there's one single lesson from Jewish history, that is, we have every reason to joy, and those that rise up to destroy the Jewish people, in the end, in that endeavor, they themselves will fall, and we will somehow take the pain, the sorrow, turn it into bracha, into blessing, into mitzvah, and one day I suspect there'll be some kind of Iranian knish or hamantash. B'mheira b'yameinu amen.
Thank you, Rabbis. I must say, I feel quite jealous of your students because you have so much, radiate so much positivity. It's just incredible. Thank you very much, Rabbi Zev and Rabbi Dov, for joining us. And we'll be back right after this break with the chilling story of the recent pogrom that occurred in Amsterdam just a few weeks ago. Stay tuned.
You are watching the pre-show of the International Conference of Chabad Lubavitch Shluchim, hosted by Merkaz Le'Inyonei Chinuch, overseeing the global educational and outreach activities of Chabad Lubavitch in 6 continents, with 5,200 centers and 6,049 couples, bringing Judaism to your city. The main event will start shortly.
And welcome back. I'm Rabbi Hesh, and this is my friend Zev, coming to you live from the annual Shluchim Convention at the New Jersey Conference and Expo Center right here in Edison, New Jersey. On November 7th of this year, as thousands of Israeli soccer fans gathered in Amsterdam to watch Maccabi Tel Aviv take on Ajax in a much-anticipated soccer match, Chabad representatives were on hand at the city's Dam Square, offering fans a chance to put on tefillin, bringing the Jewish joy to the streets of the city. And yet, hours later, those fans would turn to Chabad to save their lives. As Jewish fans headed home, they were attacked by hundreds of brutal thugs. Many were injured and many more were forced to hide as Jews were hunted in the streets of Amsterdam. We're here with Rabbi Akiva Commissar, who heads Chabad Amsterdam Tourist and Israeli Center. He joins us now to tell the story of this incredibly harrowing event and the impact it has had on Amsterdam's Jewish community.
Rabbi Commissar, thank you so much for joining us. I see you're not wearing the Maccabi scarf with you. And I just want to ask, this ugly anti-Semitic incident which occurred recently in Amsterdam has generated worldwide attention. We understand that you were personally involved in the incident. Can you tell us a little bit more about it, please?
Yes, of course. So it was in the middle of the night. We were very busy preparing for a big Shabbos since we had a lot of fans coming to Amsterdam. My colleague, Rabbi Dovi Pinkovich, was working very hard, and together with him, we were pulling off 2 very big locations for a Shabbos meal. It was 1:30 at night, and I get a message from one of our community members, asking me, Akira, could I help you in any hand? So I told him, what could you help me with at 1:30? And he started to send me the information that was coming on social media, and we understood that there is a very serious situation going on in the center of Amsterdam, the streets that we all know. And basically people were ambushed, and it was really very, very bad. At those moments, there was also some information that maybe some hostages. The situation looked very, very bad at those early morning of Friday morning, November 8th.
So, as I understand it, Amsterdam has been, by and large, a pretty hospitable place. Jews feel safe there, or have. How has this recent pogrom impacted the local Jew? I mean, are people thinking of leaving? Are they afraid? What's going on?
So, of course, the first day, the first week was very petrifying. I mean, people really didn't know where it's going to. There's a lot of demonstrations. Since 7th of October, we had a lot of demonstrations, and a lot of people came out to the streets that we didn't know exist in the Netherlands. We were seeing people with the flags, with motorcycles. It looked more like an Arab country than a European country. So you see them coming out, and it's pretty scary, but to know that they're able to come and hit and do whatever they want on the streets, people felt unsecured, and the secured were luck. So we had a lot of speaking with the community, circles of people coming to talk, getting some therapy for people. Some people spoke about moving away. Thank God right now it's a little bit calming down. But I have to say that the past Sunday, after what happened in Abu Dhabi, we thought that after Amsterdam, what happened now, Abu Dhabi, people are not going to come to Sunday school. But we have 110% of people that came because we had new families that came because they say we feel more safe at Chabad than staying at home. This is our place to be.
That's really amazing. But you know, when you look towards the future, so how are things going to change for you, for Chabad of Netherlands, you know, based on this rise in anti-Semitism both in the Netherlands and in Europe? Anything different that you see in the future?
So the Rebbe always taught us, darkness, you fight with light. We just made a logo and a slogan for Hanukkah. We're going to have a big Hanukkah parade of cars around town. And it's going to be, we are the light. We are the light. That's the thing. We are the light. We hope to bring this year a new Shliach V'Sitin. This is our answer for anti-Semitism in the Netherlands. You want to put us down. You're trying to put us away. Psychologically, you're trying to get us to be scared, to stay home or leave. Nah, we're going to be here, and we're going to put more light and more light, and Bezat Hashem until the real light of the coming of Mashiach. And as I tell all the Israelis, I'll be the last one to turn off the light when we leave over here.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Kamisar. I think on behalf of all those fans who came from Israel for the game, and in fact of Jews worldwide, that you were able to be there to help our fellow Jews. So thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back after a word from our sponsor with an update from the front lines of Israel, where Rabbi Hellinger and his Chabad team are looking after the spiritual and physical needs of our IDF soldiers as they watch over the Jewish nation in the holy city of our patriarchs, Hebron.
You are watching the pre-show of the International Conference of Chabad Lubavitch Shluchim, hosted by Merkaz Le'Inyonei Chinuch, overseeing the global educational and outreach activities of Chabad Lubavitch in 6 continents, with 5,200 centers and 6,049 couples, bringing Judaism to your city. The main event will start shortly.
Since its founding in 1986, the Chabad House in Kiryat Arba has been serving the local community and visitors to the area. Today, the work of Chabad of Hebron has expanded. On a weekly basis, thousands of IDF soldiers protecting the region are afforded an open home with care and friendship for the soldiers. Of course, food for the body comes with food for the soul, Torah study, tefillin, deep conversations about God, family, and hope. My son, Moshe, who served in the IDF in 2014, and part of his time was spent in Hebron, so I know from firsthand experience how meaningful and supportive Chabad of Hebron has been for the soldiers. Now, we all know what the soldiers, that the soldiers are supporting the country, but who in fact is supporting the soldiers? So here to tell us more about the incredible work of Chabad on the front lines is Rabbi Mordechai Hellinger, Director of Visitor Coordination and Social Media. Good afternoon, Rabbi, and thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Rabbi Hellinger, can you tell us a little bit more about the Jewish programs that were being offered for the IDF soldiers even before the start of the war?
So, as you mentioned, our focus is the soldiers, being them for them day and night. And the Baal Shem Tov actually says that the Jews' gashmius, the Jews' physical needs, is spirituality, is ruchnius. And our services are there for the soldiers, whether it be put on tefillin, offer them to put on tefillin, Shabbat meals, special programming for the chayalot, for the female soldiers, whether that be connected to holidays, obviously very often connected to culinary activities, and our flagship program of Ratz Chabad, a Chabad runner. So as you mentioned, in Hebron, there's a lot of soldiers, a lot of posts. So we have student volunteers who come for the year, and they go from post to post, offering the soldiers hot coffee, a smile, a kind word, a short Dvar Torah. So that is our main focus with the soldiers.
That's amazing. I'm just getting a message from our booth that we have a very special video of Prime Minister Netanyahu speaking to the Kinnis. So we're going to pause here for a minute and go to our video, and we'll be right back after the video.
מבקש תחילה להביע שוב את תנחומיי על הירצחו של שליח חב"ד, הרב צבי קוגן, זיכרונו לברכה, השם ייקום דמו. אני מבקש גם להודות לכל השלוחים ולתנועת חב"ד העולמית שעושה כל כך הרבה להפיץ את אהבת ישראל ואהבת האדם. ואתם פשוט עושים מלאכת מצווה. אני מרכין את הראש בפניכם, מצדיע לכם, ואני תמיד זוכר את ההשראה הגדולה של הרבי מלובביץ'. נתן לי כוחות והשראה, וגם נבואות שרבות מהן התאמתו, ואני מאוד מאוד מעריך את פועלכם. שאו ברכה, חזקו ואמצו.
We're back right now, and it was amazing to be able to get that video up here, and very timely with talking about Israel. So, Rabbi Hellinger, what new Chabad services since October 7th have you guys introduced, or for the active duty and some of the Miluim, veteran soldiers as well, since the war started?
So first of all, the fact that we were able to continue the functioning of the Chabad house with all of our staff, all the rabbis in reserve duty. Baruch Hashem, we're 5 Chabad rabbis. We were all called up on October 7th to serve. And we were able to continue. We served in Hebron, so it was an interesting position to serve with the soldiers and serve the soldiers while being alongside them. And it's been soldiers from around the country who served in Hebron in the past, or Miluimnikim who we were in touch with them 10, 15 years ago, reaching out. We're the Chabad house for them, so they reach out. So many soldiers asking for more tefillin. We gave out, thank God, over 1,000 pairs of tefillin for soldiers. Many bases were opened up that weren't functioning beforehand, so we were able to fill the need of mezuzahs that were lacking, so thousands of mezuzot as well, and to just be there more for the soldiers, more than before, upkeeping what we have and building on that.
Amazing.
Tell me, Rabbi Hellinger, I've been on tours in Hebron with you, and you're always very animated, and really, Hebron comes alive. Just tell me a little bit, how do you see your shlichut in Hebron? You were also a soldier in the army. What does it mean for you to be in the city of Hebron?
So to be in the city of Hebron is to walk in the footsteps of Abraham, Sarah, Isaac, Rebecca, Jacob, and Leah. Really, the streets that makes us who we are. And as being a shaliach, the Rabbi says that our job is to emulate the ways of Avram Avinu, to go out and to connect more and more people to Hashem, to Torah, to mitzvot, and we get to do that in the city where Avram lived and walked and roamed, and it's very special and amazing, and as you mentioned, to welcome people from all walks of life to the city of Hebron, and it's a real honor.
Amazing. Can you tell us, in what way has the war made it more difficult to service the IDF troops?
So, honestly, it's been easier in a way. More soldiers want to do, but let's say the tefillin that we put on soldiers went down because now more soldiers are putting it on their own, thank God. So that's, thank God, let them continue that. But really, we've been able to use our prior experience with the IDF and the fact that we ourselves were serving to get to the soldiers in the most fascinating places, whether it be to bring it up to the border and call somebody who can bring it into the front lines of where things are needed. So we were able to take the situation of the war as a springboard to get to more soldiers.
Thank you so much,
Sure.
Rabbi
Thank
Hellinger.
you.
I want to ask one more quick question. I know
Sure.
we have to go in a minute, but can you project a little bit into the future? God willing, the war in Gaza is over, we deal with the situation up north. How do you think the soldiers and their families, how are they going to deal with this sort of post-war situation? Emotionally, mentally, psychologically? Have you thought about that at all?
That is a big problem. That is something that's on our minds, and we know that just to be there for the soldiers, to be a listening ear. I had many conversations with various different shluchim here over the weekend of the needs that will be arising, that will be coming, that people just need their Chabad rabbi to be there for them. And we are happy that we're 6,000 strong, ready to welcome Am Yisrael, and hopefully before then we'll all meet in the Beis HaMikdash with Mashiach.
Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rabbi Hellinger. Folks, thank you so much for joining us. We do hope that our show today has provided an entertaining glimpse into some of the programming. My apologies. We're going to be doing the Birkat Hamazon. We're going to be doing the benching soon. So,
Turning it back over to the main stage.
Okay.
Shkoya. Thank you.
Rabbi Samir Vellenbenchen. Yehi Shem Adonai Merachmet Saviad Eilam Barshus Merabana Rabbanas Elohenu Shachalnu Mishalov. Baruch Elohenu Shachalnu Mishalov Tova Chayinu. Baruch Atah Adonai Elohenu Melech Haolam.
So the end of the bracha.
Posech Esedech Umazbilucho Chayratzon Baruch Atah Adonai Zan Es HaKol. Zachreinu Adonai L'Boli Tava, Ufagdeinu V'Od Livracha, V'Hoshinu V'Lachaim Toivim, Uvnei Yerushalayim Ir Kodesh B'Mher Aminu, Baruch Atah Adonai Boneh V'Racham Yerushalayim Amen. Arachamanu Kadesh Aleinu Es HaChodesh Hazeh Letov Livracha. Aracham Livracha Zimos. Baruch HaGiver Sheftach Baranai V'Yam Yiftachoi. Baruch Atah Adonai Elohim Melech Borei Pri Hagafen.
Shluchim and guests, please find your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Once again, Shluchim and guests, please find your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Shluchim and guests, please find your seats. The program will begin in 4 minutes. Once again, Shluchim and guests, we ask that you please take your seats. The program will start in 4 minutes. Shluchim and guests, we ask you, please find your seats. The program will be starting shortly. Once again, we ask Shluchim and guests, please find your seats. The program will begin shortly.
For those joining us from around the globe, we hope that our show today has provided an entertaining glimpse of some of the program offered by Chabad in general, and Kinnis in particular, although only a small taste, to be sure. As the Chabad movement has grown, and shlichus has become truly a worldwide phenomena, an annual gathering like the Kinnis grows more important to communicate and reinforce our joint mission of enhancing Yiddishkeit for all Jews, no matter where they may be.
Thanks, Zev, for your participation, for all your help with today's program. I have learned so much from the stories of these amazing shluchim that we met today. This is my 38th kinnis, and I am still moved and amazed by the courage and the commitment of these shluchim. Their efforts are an inspiration for me personally, and hopefully for all of those who are watching the show at home. Certainly the Rebbe is shepping nachas as his vision to reach the worldwide Jewish community with love and care is being realized. So much of the inspiration comes from shluchim participation each year at this kinnis.
You know, thus far we have reviewed shlichus through the lens of the shluchim themselves. But before we sign off, I want to share the perspective of the Jews who are served and inspired by the Rebbe's army. For many Jews, the Chabad rabbi and Rebbetzin represent their main and sometimes their only connection to Judaism, their principal source of Yiddishkeit, and often the one enduring constant in Jewish community. It would be difficult to accurately assess the number of Jews who have been meaningfully impacted by Chabad over the past 75 years. And on a personal note, I want to mention a very big thank you to all the Chabad Shluchim in Johannesburg, South Africa. I joined the Torah Academy school as a young child. I was 6 years old. And the trajectory of my life and that of my brother has very much been by the Jewish education, the love for Yiddishkeit, and the Avas Yisrael that we received from the Chabad Shluchim there. So thank you very much, and of course, to all of the Rebbe's Shluchim. You know, perhaps some of the Shluchim have wondered how in the world they landed up being posted to some remote hamlet or some small shtetl. How could they maintain an authentic Jewish life or have a meaningful impact in a place nearly bereft of Jewishness? And yet, they have persevered, and yet they have prospered, leaving an indelible Jewish footprint everywhere they go. Indeed, Chabad in many ways has become the heart and the soul of many Jewish communities and the key engine of Yiddishkeit for so many Jews, from the marginally affiliated to the heavily engaged.
We are now ready to take you to the main event of the evening. I'm Rabbi Hesh Epstein.
And I'm Zev Jacobson. Thank you for joining us. And now, on to the main event.
Have a great time, everyone.
Inspired by the Rebbe's charge, we are committed to expel the forces of darkness with light and to expand our efforts to reach and uplift every single one of our brothers and sisters across the globe. In the midst of the catastrophic days of World War II, the 6th Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson of righteous memory, founded Merkaz Le'inyonei Chinuch. Its objective was to fulfill his vision of rebuilding Jewish education and breathing new life into a shattered Jewish world. Under the Rebbe's leadership, Merkaz transformed this vision into reality, igniting a renaissance of Torah study and mitzvahs observance across the globe through the Rebbe's Shluchim and the global Chabad network. Today, the impact is extraordinary. Millions of lives are touched daily by Shluchim and their Chabad moistus in scores of countries, from bustling metropolises to remote corners of the earth. A vast myriad of Torah learning and mitzvah initiatives ensure that no Jew is left behind. Despite its humble beginnings, Merkaz and its branches and affiliates have grown into the largest Jewish educational and outreach movement in history. This is a powerful testament to the Rebbe's vision, faith, and call to action as we prepare ourselves and the world for the coming of Mashiach speedily in our days.
On behalf of the board of Merkaz Le'inyanei Chinuch, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you to the Gala Banquet of the Kinnes HaShluchim HaOlami Tafshin Pei Hey. Over the past 5 days, 3,571 shluchim joined together at workshops, seminars, general sessions, farbrengens to chart the course of Jewish life around the world. And now tonight, we are joined by thousands of partners. L'chaim, Gut Yontif, and welcome to the culminating event bringing together Jews from over 110 countries to salute, to celebrate the incredible impact of Shluchim and Shluchos on Jewish life around the world. Yet, this kinnis is different. Ma nishtana hakinnis hazeh. What makes this kinnis unique? For me personally, nishtana kinnis hazeh, it's the first kinnis in over 4 decades in which my father's presence is absent from this podium, Hareini Kaparis Mishkavai. Nishtana kinnis hazeh, for the family of Shluchim, as we are in the midst of Shiva, of our dear brother and fellow Shliach, HaKadosh, Reb Tzvi, Ben Reb Alexander, Sender, HaKoyin Kogan, Hashem Yimkim Doimov, who was tragically and barbarically killed this past week. And Nishtane Kinnis Hazeh, for the whole Jewish world, as we are now still amidst the most challenging year in modern Jewish history, 422 days in which our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael are fighting for their lives. Hostages are still being held in horrific captivity. And Jews everywhere are experiencing an unprecedented rise in antisemitism, threatening their very existence. As the first shliach, the pioneer of shlichus, our forefather Abraham embarked upon his mission. Lech lecha me'artzecha me'ladetecha me'beis avicha. Hashem promised him, Va'avorcha mevarachecha u'mikalalecha a'ar. I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who curse you. My father would fondly quote the Ramik and call attention to the unique word that the Torah uses for curse over here. Unlike Mekalalelcha Akalel, it uses the word Or, which has the connotation of Or, light. What the Torah is telling us is that Avraham Avinu and all of his descendants were gifted with the capacity to illuminate the darkness, to rise above the darkness, and to illuminate the source from which hate emanates.
Guided and inspired by the Rebbe's teaching, Shluchim around the world are charged to be torches of light. When faced with hate and antisemitism, the Rebbe empowered us, to uplift, to educate, and to inspire. But not only Shluchim, every single Jew, every Jewish child, teenager, university student, young professional, community member, community leaders should be drafted into this mission. Judaism on the offense, to stand proud in their public schools, college campuses, workplaces, to stand tall and enlightened and help include and reach every Jew everywhere. We take strength and leave this kinus recharged for our ever important mission and shlichus as we prepare ourselves and the world for the coming of Mashiach speedily in our days. L'chaim. My dear friends, I vividly remember traveling to the UAE with my father 6 years ago and meeting with some community members at the end of that meeting to establish Chabad House to the United Arab Emirates. It has since flourished into an incredible network of services and support to all types of Jews. But we pause now and we pay tribute to our fallen brother, Reb Tzvi HaKoyen ben Reb Alexander Sender Kogan Hashem Yimkum Damov, dedicated shliach in Abu Dhabi.
We're a family of shluchim. We're all brothers, and he's our big brother that we always relied on, was always there.
You would see Tzvi special care for every single shliach, for every single person.
כולם אהבו להיות בחברתו, כולם אהבו להיות איתו. היה בשבילי מודל להתמסרות, עשה כל דבר בדובאי.
יש חור מאוד מאוד גדול עכשיו, חסר לנו איזשהו משהו במכונה שנקראת חב"ד באמירויות. חסר לנו ממש מנוע.
It's waiting for us to do that action, to do the next step, and to go back to Abu Dhabi, to go back to the UAE, and to build back even stronger, to reach out to more Yidden.
When I first arrived in the UAE, Tzvi sent me a message. Welcome to Dubai, I live in Abu Dhabi, come and say l'chaim. He went out of his way to make me feel welcome.
הרבה אנשים מגיעים ומספרים עד כמה שצבי היה משמעותי בשבילהם, עד כמה שהוא היה חלק מהחיים שלהם, ופתאום אתה מבין שהוא היה בן אדם של כל כך הרבה אנשים, שליח של כל כך הרבה אנשים באופן פרטי. אלפי אנשים הרגישו שזה הרב שלהם, שזה הבן אדם שלהם.
I remember him telling me very clearly that in order to fulfill the Rebbe's shluchus that we're on is only by uniting with the other shluchim in the area, uniting as one and understanding the ratzon of the Rebbe to bring Mashiach.
And then Sunday morning, I get a call which no shliach should ever have to get this call. And basically, notifying us that Tzvi was found, but Tzvi's already in Olam HaEmes.
תקום ותגיד שכל זה חלום, דמיון פרוע. מה רצו יצאו ממך חיות הטרף הללו? למי עוללת רע? הרי מעולם לא הסרת את החיוך מעל פניך. מעולם לא הזקת לזבוב. רק הועלת, רק הערת, רק נתת.
One thing I knew as the Rebbe Shliach, when receiving such devastating news that one of our Shluchim were lost and were murdered in cold blood, we knew that our only response could be one way. Our response will have to be to grow even more, to bring more Shluchim, to bring more Yiddishkeit to the UAE, to impact more Yidden, to add more Torah mitzvahs.
Inspired by Tzvi, we're going to go back and we're going to focus on just being there for other people, just seeing how to be a builder, being like Tzvi, seeing that there's something that could be done, seeing a place where Yiddishkeit could grow, and go fill that void and grab that opportunity.
מישהו ניסה לסמן לנו לעצור, ואנחנו, כמו שאנחנו יהודים, שלוחים, חסידי חב"ד, אנחנו נקום מזה ונבנה דברים שהאויבים שלנו לא דמיינו.
We have our marching orders from the Rebbe. We have the mission that the Rebbe entrusted with us. And the only way that we can continue with Tzvi's mission is to ensure that every single Jew is lit up. Every single Jew can continue the legacy of Tzvi, can continue to make sure that they are doing their best to inspire others to grow, to learn, to do better.
Good afternoon, fellow Shluchim. I'm Yehuda Murazav from Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. Please join me in reciting Kapitel Chaf Tes of Tehillim in memory of my dear friend and fellow Shliach, HaKadosh, HaShliach, Tzvi ben Alexander, Sender HaKohen. Mizbar LeDavid, Havul Adonai b'nei Elim, Havul Adonai kivoid v'oiz. Havul Adonai kivoid shemoi, Hishtachvul Adonai behadras kodesh. Kol Adonai al hamoyim, el hakovoid hirim, Adonai al mayim rabim. Kol Adonai bakoyach, Kol Adonai behadar. Kol Adonai shover arazim, Vayishaber Adonai es arze alvonoin. Vayarkidem kmo egel levonin v'siryon kimo ven re'imim. Kol Adonai choysev lavois eish. Kol Adonai yachil midbar, yachil Adonai midbar kodesh. Kol Adonai yechoyel ayolos v'echasayf yoris u'v'yecholoi kuloi oimer kavoid. Adonai lamabo yashav vayeshev Adonai melech liolam. Adonai ois li amo yitein, Adonai yevarech es amoi bashalom.
Achai v'rei, my dear fellow Shluchim and esteemed partners, it is a privilege to be one of the 7 Shluchim serving the Jewish community in the United Arab Emirates. These are challenging times for all of us, the family of Shluchim in the UAE, and our entire family of Shluchim gathered here today. We are united in grief and in resolve. At this moment, I ask you to join me in turning our hearts to the Kogan family, Tzvi's parents, brothers, sisters, and his wife, Rifki, who is sitting Shiva now in Yerushalayim. With broken hearts, let us fulfill the sacred mitzvah of Nichum Avelim, offering words of comfort to mourners through a live connection to their home in Yerushalayim. All of us will jointly extend our condolences and embrace them with the warmth of our collective love and support. I ask you to please rise and recite together with me. Hamakam yenachem eschem besoich shar Avelei Tzion v'Yerushalayim. May Hashem comfort you among all mourners of Zion and Jerusalem.
אני מאמין באמונו של אמו בביאס המשיח בביאס המשיח אני מאמין בביאס בביאס המשיח אני מאמין אני מאמין. Hi, the Shluchim and guests, let's sing together. אני באמונו המשיח אני מאמין אוי אני מאמין אני מאמין. I'd like to invite everybody to please stand up and join together. Let's sing all together. אוי באמונו של אמו אוי המשיח אני מאמין אני מאמין אני אני מאמין. בביאס המשיח אני מאמין. אוי בביאס המשיח, בביאס המשיח. Feel strongly, אני מאמין, המשיח אני מאמין. אוי בביאס, בביאס המשיח אני מאמין. אוי בביאס המשיח, בביאס המשיח אני
Lech lecha me'artzecha u'mimoiladetecha u'mibeis avicha. Go forth from your land, from your birthplace, and from your father's house. These are the words Hashem spoke to Avraham, the first shliach. His mission? To go out and engage, connect and inspire others, to embrace them and invite them into his home. He was sent not just to travel to a new land, but to bring light to others, to be a beacon of faith. While they may encounter challenges and hardships along their journey, Avraham and Sarah were determined and defiant in their sacred mission and the path Hashem had set for them. Today, Shluchim, emissaries of the Rebbe, answered this same clarion call of Lech Lecha. They journey to find, engage, and uplift fellow Jews, no matter where they are. Leaving behind the comforts of their parents' home and the warmth of their communities, they embark on this sacred mission dedicated to uniting and inspiring Jews across the world.
Man soll nicht nispol werden der Fund, was doja Avraham, in Vayirash as kol hore teretayginum in die ganze Welt vergost, der Farmas wie bald der ist gegangen, Vayikra schon Beshem Hashem Kedleino. Ich beschaff's mit Gita Reis in Welt mit dem Keich und mit dem Messias Nefesh, ist demut hat man nicht was nispol zu werden, was hat Hamat Mikol Ha'amim, worden beschaff's mit geht mit Messias Nefesh bepeil. Is at dem die alle Keiches Neelomim, Keis Achareis Ligilui, is at dem hot bekeach, ein Atom, Akamus Ktanur, Bejeser, überkehren a ganze Stadt und einnehmen a ganze Welt.
In the unfaithful desert, Avraham stands alone. He's been told, Lech Lecho, leave your family, leave your home. Through the water, through the fire, he runs to help each one. From an open tent he shows them all Hashem Ukei Loilam.
In the face of the impossible, Sarah's candles burn bright. No darkness can shake her, no darkness can dim her light. Through the struggle, through the challenge, she runs to help each one.
She's raising a nation's faith in Hashem Ukei Loilam.
Shluchei HaRabbanan, Shluchei HaRabbanan,
living the life of Lech Lecha, like Abraham and Sarah, and through it all, Shliach says Hineni.
On our journey of shlichus, there may be moments of comfort and complacency. Yet in these very moments, we are reminded and are fortified by our marching orders of Lech Lecha, to rise up and say, Hineni, I am here, ready to take on more, to double our efforts and further expand our reach. The Rebbe charged us with the 10 Mivtzoim, 10 campaigns, each designed to strengthen Jewish life, pride, and identity. They guide us, they empower us, and they chart our ever-expanding journey to reach, teach, uplift, and inspire Am Yisrael.
In the unfaithful desert, the Shluchim are not alone. They light up the world with their mitzvah, the Torah. And through the waters, through the fires, they run to tell each one, Hashem Hu Kehilei Olam. That's why they're not alone.
Shluchei HaRabbanan, Shluchei HaRabbanan, living the life of Lech Lecha, like Abraham and Sarah, and through it all, Shliach says Hineni. Avishter, look at your Shluchim, who have heeded the call of Hineni. They are filling the world with Torah and mitzvahs, just like Avram and Sarah. We cry out with one voice, Ad Masai, Hashem, bring Mashiach now.
Gibt es über jeden normal und tut alles, was kennt und setzt herabbringen Mashiach und denke vom Yad Mamos und an Leben, die in Jonen Tage von Lebens, die Teo, aber den Kehlen, die Tikkun.
Shluchei HaRebbe Anan, Shluchei HaRebbe Anan, Lech Lecha L'Ragleinu, K'mei Avraham Avinu, B'chol Makoim u'B'chol Zman, Shluchim Anan. Shluchei HaRebbe Anan, Shluchei HaRebbe Anan, Lech Lecha L'Ragleinu, K'mei Sarah B'chol makoim u'b'chol zman shluchim anan. Shluchei HaRebbe Anan, Shluchei HaRebbe Anan. Oh, living a life of Lech Lecha, like Abraham and Sarah. And through it all, the Shliach says Hineni. B'chol makoim u'b'chol zman shluchim anan.
My family and I have been blessed to be shluchim in Reston, Herndon, Virginia. As one of over 2,000 shluchim to the United States, I welcome you to the Kinnis HaShluchim 5785. During one of the darkest periods in our history, it is to this blessed country that the Frierdiker Rebbe and the Rebbe chose to move the seat of the Chabad Lubavitch movement. It is from here that the rays of hope and light once again shone for our people with the reverberating call of Lech Lecha, sending shluchim to all four corners of the world. Echoing the Almighty's call to Avraham, the Rebbe's rallying cry of Lech Lecha to shlichus, leave the comfort of your homes, the familiar life that you led, to build communities and inspire. With over 1,200 Chabad institutions spanning all 50 states and DC, Shluchim have gone forth to meet the needs of each and every single Jew, from New York to California, from the wilderness of Alaska to the shores of Hawaii.
ברוכים הבאים לכינוס השלוחים העולמי תשפ"ה. קוראים לי שמואל ביסטריצקי ואני שליח של הרבי בסביון. ביחד עם 1,400 שלוחי הרבי בארץ הקודש, אנו מתמודדים בשנה האחרונה עם ימים לא פשוטים. אווירה של מלחמה, חיילים נהרגים ומשפחות של חטופים שממתינות ליקיריהם. הרבי חינך אותנו שגם בזמנים קשים אנחנו צריכים להיות בתנועה של לך לך, ליזום, לפעול, להוביל ולעשות טוב ועוד יותר טוב ועוד יותר טוב. ואת התוצאה אנחנו רואים בשטח. מתחילת המלחמה בית חב"ד סביון מוביל פעילות מיוחדת עם כל התושבים. הכנו 100,000 מנות אוכל לחיילים שהיו זקוקים לכך. חיתנו 40 זוגות של לוחמים. שכרנו מלון למשפחות מפונים, והשבוע הוצאנו ספר הדרכה המצוינים בהלכה, ובו פתרונות הלכתיים לחיילים פצועים. השלוחים מעודדים ומחזקים את המשפחות השכולות, משפחות החטופים ואת עם ישראל כולו. לצד המלחמה יש גם קרע ופילוג בעם. היחידים שמחברים ומאחדים את כולם הם שלוחי הרבי. לנו השלוחים ניתן הכוח והזכות לפעול בתנועת לך לך ולעשות טוב בכל רגע נתון עד להשלמת המשימה העיקרית, הכנת העולם כולו לביאת משיח צדקנו.
Bienvenidos al Kinos Shluchim 5785. Mi nombre es Joel Migdal y tengo el honor de ser uno de los Shluchim del Rebbe en la Argentina. Este año, Chabad Argentina ha inaugurado la escuela de varones más importante del país. Y también se colocó la piedra fundamental para la escuela de niñas, donde se educan 1.000 alumnos, desde el jardín de infantes hasta la escuela rabínica. Además, contamos con 7 escuelas en las que más de 1.000 alumnos reciben educación judía. En mi shlichut, Lech Lecha significa haber llevado a más de 3.000 estudiantes universitarios al Oel y conectarlos con el Rebbe. Argentina es un lugar donde se vive plenamente el espíritu de Lech Lecha, gracias al incansable trabajo de todos los shluchim. El camino comenzó hace muchos años atrás con el rabino Boingarten, el primer shliach del Rebbe en la Argentina, y continuó luego a través del rabino Grumblat. Lech Lecha representa un avance constante y el compromiso con el crecimiento, pasando de un solo shliach a más de 130 shluchim.
Приветствую вас всех на съезде посланников Ребе 5785. Вот уже 16 лет я имею честь служить шлихом в Ростове, в городе, где похоронен Ребе Рашаб, где Фридик Ребе стал Ребе, и где наш дорогой Ребе встретился с Фридике Ребе и Ребецин. Сегодня я стою вместе с 209 посланниками Ребе со всей России, шлихами, которые продолжают наследие наших Ребе в той самой стране, где все это началось. In 1918, during the turmoil of the Russian Revolution, fear swept through Rostov. Jews fled, leaving everything they had behind. A chassid by the name of Mordechai Lifshitz asked the Rebbe Rashab for permission to leave. The Rebbe looked him in the eye and said, "If you leave, who will care for those left behind?" He had his answer. He remained through communist oppression and the terror of the Nazi invasion. He remained until his passing as the last Shomer Torah Mitzvahs Jew in Rostov some 50 years later. He stayed because he understood that to be a shliach is to be the one who stays no matter how difficult it is and how great the storm. This, my friends, is the meaning of Lech Lecha. To stay put and keep spreading light until the coming of Mashiach.
Imaginez recevoir un appel en pleine nuit. Au bout du fil, un jeune garçon en détresse, sur le point de commettre un acte irréversible. Vous quittez précipitamment votre lit, traversez la ville pour le rejoindre et passez des heures à lui redonner espoir, à le rassurer et à l'aider à retrouver un sens à sa vie. Et puis à l'aube, vous le quittez pour entrer enfin chez vous, juste à temps pour accompagner vos enfants à l'école. Voici un cas qui illustre la vie en shlichut. Bienvenue au Kinus à Shluchim 5785. Je m'appelle Mendy Motal, je fais partie des 450 familles de Shluchim qui dirigent les 115 centres Chabad à travers la France. Ma mission est unique, accompagner les adolescents juifs de France. Il y a 10 ans, mon épouse et moi avons reçu et répondu à notre propre Lech Lecha, un appel à inspirer la jeunesse juive française avec la lumière du judaïsme. Aujourd'hui, Sit-in en France est devenu le premier mouvement de jeunesse juive, touchant plus de 6000 adolescents, avec le soutien de 125 shluchim engagés dans cette mission. Dans cet esprit de Lech Lecha, ces 2 dernières années, nous avons eu l'honneur d'accompagner plus de 1100 adolescents français à New York, où ils ont pu passer du temps au OL et s'attacher profondément au Rabbi, et s'engager dans une vie juive authentique.
Volche, Gideon, Kruniu, Shluchim, Kuig Mila, Shocht Geid, Ochto Isakuig. It is an honor to stand here today representing the thousands of Shluchim in small communities across the world. I welcome them and you to this Kinus HaShluchim 5785. Many of the small town Shluchim live in places which lack Jewish communal facilities, educational institutions, and the infrastructure which makes living a Jewish life easy. But who said life was meant to be easy? Lech Lecha means literally leaving home and trekking through the desert without your creature comforts to get to where Hashem wants you to be, and to encourage everyone you encounter along the way to recognize where God wants them to be too. That is the Lech Lecha of every shliach, that is the Lech Lecha of every shlucha and their children too. My Makom HaShlichus, Ireland, known for its 100,000 welcomes, recently has, like many other countries, become a darker place for Jews to live, making our Lech Lecha all the more important. In Dublin, we will shortly, God willing, be completing the purchase of a brand new center for students and young professionals, creating an oasis of warmth and Yiddishkeit, a light in the darkness. And as each individual Chabad house continues to light up their home, light up their city, and light up their country, those lights will merge together to drive away the darkness until we merit to see the ultimate light, Oiroi Shel Mashiach.
הגענו לפה, אני ואשתי, לפני כ-25 שנה, לפתוח בית חב"ד. ברוך השם, התרחבנו, גדלנו. פתחנו פה גני ילדים, ולפני 4 שנים פתחנו גם בית ספר.
אנחנו כבר כמה סניפים פה בגולן. בכל יישוב משתדלים לעשות שיעור תורה, לעשות שיהיה לנו נציגי חב"ד בכל יישוב. בתוך הצבא אנחנו עושים דברים. אבל אז הגיע פתאום שמחת תורה.
הכל היה בתנופה מאוד מאוד גדולה. רקדנו בליל שמחת תורה, היו פה מאות אנשים בבית הכנסת.
הבנו שאנחנו צריכים לחשב מסלול מחדש.
כעבור יומיים מצאתי את עצמי בצו חירום מתגייס למערכה. הגעתי למחנה שורה, לטפל בגופות של הקדושים, אחינו ואחיותינו, שנרצחו על ידי המחבלים בשמחת תורה. לסחוב גופות של ילדים שנרצחו בדם קר, זה אחד הדברים הכי קשים שצריך להתמודד איתם, ולדעת שאתה עושה את המשימה למרות הקושי. מצווה מאוד מאוד גדולה. מה שנתן לי את הכוח באותם רגעים קשים, זה לעצום את העיניים ולהבין שזה מה שהרבי רוצה מאיתנו בדיוק ברגע הזה. הרבי חינך אותנו שצריך להיות עם כל הלב לכל אחד. יהודי צריך לעמוד בפני כל משימה, והמשימה הזאת הייתה באמת מאוד קשה. אבל מה שנתן לי את הכוח זה לדעת שאני נמצא בשליחות של הרבי.
הרבה שאלו אותנו, איך אתה נשאר? יש פה טילים, יש פה רקטות, יש פה כטב"מים, זה מסוכן. בחלק מהגולן גם אין אזעקות. איך אתה נוסע בדרכים? קיבלנו את עצמנו שליחות של הרבי פה להיות, וזה השליחות, אני לא מתכוון לעזוב. ואנחנו פה נשאר כל הזמן, כל מה שצריך אותנו כאן, וכל מה שיהיו פה חיילים, אנחנו פה נהיה איתם. נוסעים לכל מיני מקומות, על פסגות של ערים, מסתתרת לפעמים מחלקה או שניים, הם כל כך כאילו לבד, כל כך קר וכל כך לא פשוט, והם שמחים, הם בסדר, הם עבור עם ישראל, אז אנחנו לא נהיה שם.
שלום לכולם. שלום לכולם, שלום לכולם. לך לך מארצך, שבו לעצמכם. אדם בכזה גיל מבוגר, אומרים לו, תעזוב את המקום שלך, תעזוב את הבית שלך, תעזוב את העיר שלך, את המשפחה שלך. למעשה, מאז שמחת תורה, שנה שלמה מצאתי את עצמי שהשליחות שלי מקבלת גוון אחר. מצאתי את עצמי גם בפעולות מבצעיות, צבאיות, וגם בללוות אנשים ומשפחות שכולות שאיבדו את היקירים שלהם, ומוצאים בנו סוג של גב ותמיכה, ואני חושב שאני מייצג את שאר השלוחים בארץ שנמצאים בחזית. הם נמצאים בתפקיד קשה, אבל מרגישים זכות גדולה מאוד להיות במקום הזה, ברגע ההיסטורי הזה לעם ישראל.
מה שאתה נדרש, תעשה את זה בצורה הכי טובה שרק אפשרית. לחתן זוגות ולהיות הרב ששר ושמח, או אחד שמביא את האוכל לחיילים, להכין את האוכל. למה? כי זה השליח. מה שנדרש, לשם כך הוא נמצא.
והכוח הזה אנחנו שואבים מהעובדה שהרבי שלח אותנו למקום הזה, לערים שלנו, כדי להיות שם בשביל כל אחד. זוהי תמצית אהבת ישראל של חב"ד, את החיוך של הרבי, את האהבה הזאת לכל יהודי, אנחנו ממשיכים עד לרגע זה.
Rabbi Gershon Schnorr of Ganei Tikva Eretz Yisrael will be reciting the Rebbe's Kapitel 123 as a tefillah for the spiritual and physical well-being and success of the Shluchim all around the world. The Rebbitzins Kapitel of 124 will be recited as a prayer for the protection of our brave soldiers who stand guard over our land and for the immediate release of all the hostages. Rabbi Sholem Ber Herzl will recite Tehillim 121 for the well-being of our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael.
שיר המלויס, אליכו נוסוס יסעיני, יושבי בשומעים. הנה כן עבודים אל יד אדוניהם, כעיני שבחו אל יד גבירתו, כן עינינו אל אדוני אלוהינו עד שיחוננו. חוננו אדוני חוננו, כי רב סובנו בוז. רבס סובו לו נפשנו על הגשננים, הבוז יגיע יוינים. שיר המלויס לדוד, לולי אדינוי שהיו לנו יאמרנו ישראל. לולי אדינוי שהיו לנו בקום עלינו אדום. אזי חיים בלעונו, בחרוי ספום בנו. אזי המים שטפונו, נחל עובר נפשנו. אזי עובר נפשנו המים הזידונים. ברוך אדינוי שלנו שוננו טרף לשיניהם. נפשנו כציפור נמלטו מפח רגשים הפח נשבר ואנחנו נמלטנו עזרנו בשם אדינו יעשה שמיים ואורץ.
שיר למלויס אסו עיני לאורים מיין יבוא יזרים עזרי ועמדינו יעשה שמיים ואורץ. אל יתן למות רגלךו על יונום שמרכו הנה לא יונום ולא אישון שומר ישראל. אדינוי שומרכו, אדינוי צילכו, על יד ימינךו. יוימום השמש לא יקקו, ויורח בלילו. אדינוי ישמורכו מכל רוע, ישמרס נפשךו. אדינוי ישמור צייסכו ויכו, מיעטו ועד אילום.
Tayar Shluchim. Dear Shluchim, lay leaders and guests. Immediately after the funeral, the Levai of Rebbe Simcha Yemushka, the Rebbe spoke about coming together to console the bereaved. He said that coming together in this way is an expression of Ahavas Yisrael, a mitzvah that has the power to end the golus, the exile. So it is providential that we are all here together now at the Kinnis, taking solace from each other as we mourn the tragic loss of one of our colleagues, HaKodesh Rabbi Tzvi Cohen Kogan. May God avenge his blood. And may his exemplary life serve as an example to us all. To our Shluchim who are here from Eretz Yisrael, the Holy Land, and those who are watching from afar, how drastically changed is your reality. Some of you, like thousands of people in Israel, have been displaced now for more than a year. Some of you have lost loved ones in the war. All of you are closely and personally involved with people who are suffering. The landscape is now filled with a staggering number of orphans and widows. May God take them under his wing. And the cry for the release of the hostages is piercing. The material, emotional, and spiritual needs of the communities there is inconceivable. And the demand on your time, your leadership, and all sorts of resources is enormous. You dear Shluchim of Israel, emissaries of the Rebbe to the Holy Land, you are a cure and a salve to the broken hearts of our people. This year's Kinnis theme celebrates 50 years of the Rebbe's Holy Mitzvah campaigns. Who could have imagined back then how big these small individual acts of a mitzvah could prove to be? Who would have believed that offering a girl a Shabbos candle or a man a chance to put on film would catch on as it did, transform their lives, and recast the Jewish experience of tens of thousands of Jewish people? Who imagined that the Rebbe's menorah lighting campaign, which he fought for against all odds, would become a beloved fixture and feature in cities and countries around the world? And who would have foreseen how the Rebbe's mitzvah campaigns would become a light so powerful in a world gone so dark. Whether you are a shlich in South Africa, or in Australia, in Brazil, or Bulgaria, on campus, or on Capitol Hill, we see an explosion of antisemitism and hatred. The haters want to intimidate us, to make us fearful, to make us hide. But you, emissaries of the Rebbe, Chabad Lubavitch Shluchim, you are the lighthouse in this raging sea of darkness and hatred. You are the ones who beckon warmth, hope, and clarity in a world teetering on madness. Your pride empowers Jews with courage. You make every Jew stand taller. You, dear Shluchim, are the anchors in a world that has lost its moorings. God bless you all. Hashem imachem giberei hachayil. My heartfelt good wishes to each and every one of you, Shluchim and lay leaders and guests. May you personally see the Rebbe's blessings be fulfilled in the life of each and every one of you, your families and communities. May Hashem console all the broken hearts in our midst. May He redeem the hostages who remain in captivity and bring peace to the Holy Land and the Jewish people wherever they may be. Chazak ve'amatz.
Please join us in welcoming the Chief Rabbi of Israel, Rabbi Kalman Meir Ber, who will offer a blessing to the Shluchim.
שאי סביב עינייך וראי, כולם נקבצו ובאו לך. אחי ורעי שלוחי חב"ד היקרים מכל אתר ואתר. It's a beautiful sight to see thousands of the shluchim of the Rebbe who gather together to strengthen one another. I also see myself as one a shluchim. We are all shluchim. The Rabbanut want to see how every Chabad house became an embassy to the Chief Rabbanut. We will give the Chabad houses the information they will need, and the Rabbanut will receive from them the information that we need. It's very important to me to mention the Rav Moshe Kotlarsky, Zecher Tzadik Livroche, who took care of each shaliach personally and cared for him like a brother. Morai v'Rabotai, a few days ago, Akadosh Arav Tzvi Kohen Kogan, Hashem Ikom Damo, who was murdered. דודי ירד לגנו, לערוגות הבושם, לירות בגנים, ללקט שושנים. God took a big, beautiful rose and left a big hole בערוגות הבושם, which we השלוחים need to fulfill. And I will explain what I mean. It's in Megillat Ruth, in beginning, it's written, ויהי בימי שפוט השופטים, ויהי רעב בארץ, וילך איש מבית יהודה לגור בשדה מואב, ושם האיש אלימלך. But Chazal say, why Elimelech moved to live in Moab? Because there is hunger and everyone will come to take money from him. But we ask, the Gemara says, Elimelech was migdolei ador. So how did Elimelech do such a thing to leave the country, to leave the people when his brother is very starving? Second question, Didn't Elimelech find somewhere else to go? Only to Moab? It is written, Lo yavu Ammoni uMoavi bik'al Hashem. The answer, Elimelech saw. There was anger. And he knew the reason, because it's written many, many times Torah. Im bechukotai telechu venatati gishmechem beitam. If not, then the opposite will happen. So Elimelech tells the people to do tshuva, to pray. But the people tell him, you know, Vahi bimei shfot hashoftim, hador shofet et shoftav. The meaning, Elimelech, don't give us muser. Elimelech, so instead to make tshuva, instead they pray, they looked after his money. So he decided to leave the country, and then they will look to the God, to sky. But he was afraid. If he goes somewhere else, he might stay there. If he goes to Crown Heights, sure, he will stay there. That is the reason why he went to Moab, where he could not be. He has no tefillah. He has no Jewish education. He must to come back. So what was his mistake? Elimelech mistake, what was? Because he didn't do like as Rabbi Tzvi Kogan, as the Shluchim, as Avraham Avinu. Avraham Avinu took care for eating and drinking. Then you tell them, thank God, the Rebbe touched us, that one should think about the Gashmias, and after that, the Ruchnias. אוהב את הבריות, ומתוך כך, and after that, מקרבן לתורה. And if Elimelech would do that, instead to live in Moab, so many more Jews would have come closer to God. אלימלך לא היה כמו שליח חב"ד. אם הוא היה שליח חב"ד, לא עוזבים את המדינה, מקרבים, ממשיכים. נותנים גשמיאס, וככה מקרבים יהודים. מוריי ורבותיי, today, when there a big argument in Israel, what we need to win the war, we need to do like Harav Kogan, like Shluchei Chabad, help each other to be good together, ומתוך כך, מקרבן לתורה. ביחד, בעזרת השם, אנחנו ננצח. ביחד, together. And I want to finish to pray for our חטופים שנמצאים שם במנהרות. אחינו כל בית ישראל, הנתונים בצרה ובשביה. When כל בית ישראל נתון בשביה. But if my sister or if my brother נתון בשבי, so I feel as I נתון בשבי. אז אחינו כל בית ישראל הנתונים בשבי, עמוקם ירחם עליהם, יוציאם מרווחה לאורה, מצרה לאורה, או מרווחה מששו לשמחה. בעזרת השם, רק אנחנו מבקשים, השתה בעגלה ובזמן קריב, ונאמר אמן.
What powers a movement that brings Jewish life to places with little to no Jewish infrastructure? The answer is Torah. Torah study is the lifeblood of Chabad, the fuel driving thousands to leave the comforts of home and dedicate themselves to strengthening Jewish life worldwide. From the outset, the Rebbe established Mivtza Torah, a central pillar of Chabad's mission, emphasizing the interconnectedness of love for God, love of Torah, and love of every Jew. Every Chabad house serves as a hub for Torah study, a center for Jewish learning and literacy. Step into any Chabad center, and you'll find a rabbi teaching a group of local Jews, recording or preparing their next lesson, embodying the Rebbe's call to make Torah scholarship accessible and meaningful to every Jew, everywhere. Specialized institutions like the Rohr Jewish Learning Institute, JLI, JNet, provide vast resources to energize Jewish literacy and study on every continent. No matter where a Jew is, they can engage with deep analytical Torah teachings in a meaningful and relevant manner. Representing the thousands of Shluchim who teach Torah daily to Am Yisrael across the globe, we call upon Rabbi Usher Derren from Cape Town, South Africa, who will share with us a Dvar Torah.
A bit of housekeeping first. I don't know about New York, but in Cape Town, when the rabbi speaks, everyone sits down and they're quiet. Tayre Shluchim, a gut Chodesh und a gut Yom Tov. The Rebbe once described the Kinus HaShluchim as a Hana Lahem v'Hana La'olam, a pleasurable joy for them and for the world. But sometimes, as we were so tragically reminded last week, the privilege of shlichus doesn't always feel like such a pleasure. Like in this morning's classical story of shlichus that opens up the parsha, Vayetze Yaakov mi Beersheva, Yaakov leaves Beersheva, like all of us here tonight. He embarked on a journey into the unknown. And he pauses to pray. If Hashem will be with me, Vishavti b'shalem el beis avi, I will return in peace to my father's home, then ha'even hazois, this stone, will be a monument to God. A stone, not a temple, not an altar, a simple, hard stone. Why does Yaakov spend so much time with stones and choose a stone as his monument? The Rebbe, in his profound discourse, V'shavti b'shalim, unlocks the mystery by quoting the Zohar. Guys, can you give me like 3 minutes? Yaakov's departure wasn't just his own. It symbolized his stepping into the story of his descendants, into the long and often painful journey of the Jewish people. Yaakov foresaw the galus, the exile, the persecution, the assimilation, the suffering that would shape so much of Jewish history, from Israel to Cape Town, from Dubai to New York, and everywhere else in between. And so he prayed, not just for himself, but for us, his children. And he begged Hashem to give us the strength to persevere, the courage to remain steadfast, and the faith to continue believing even when the world seems to conspire against us. He gave us the stones, the divine letters and words of Torah that would reveal the foundation stone of every Jewish soul. And this is the deeper meaning of ha'even hazois. Stones aren't just physical objects. They're words of Torah that reveal the untouchable essence, the core of the Jewish soul. Stones are hard. They endure. They cannot be broken. And so too,
Within every Jew lies a core that no hatred, no exile, no darkness can destroy. Over this past most difficult year, something extraordinary also happened across the Jewish world. That bedrock of Jewish faith, that unbreakable stone, awakened within every Jew. Like never before in our generation, we are witnessing the miracle of Ha'even Hazeis, that stone of unbreakable faith, protecting us, guiding us, and reminding us of who we are. Because Yaakov's journey is our journey. His prayer is our prayer. And his stone is our stone. This year, Simchas Torah night in Cape Town, Oren and Rotem walked in, their faces heavy with worry. Her brother's army unit had just entered Lebanon, and the fear and sadness in their eyes pierced the room. The taters were ready, the songs were waiting, but how could he dance? I turned to him and I said, Oren, tonight we're dancing not because we don't have fears. We're dancing in spite of them, because with the power of Torah, nothing, absolutely nothing can break us. And Oren danced that night. Oh, how he danced. Leading the charge together with all of our local former Chayalei Tzahal, Oren, Daniel, Avigdor, Omri, Jeff, Gilan, and the room shook with energy. Not just with joy, but with faith. It was Yaakov's prayer in action. Later that night, Oren's wife came up to me. Her face was transformed. Rabbi, she told me, when we walked in tonight, ha'energia sheli haya po, my energy was down here. But now we're here. And it wasn't just words, I could see it. Oren stood taller, his shoulders straighter, and his soul lighter. But then, last Sunday, the story came full circle. Oren walked into the Chabad house, but this time, I was the broken one, overwhelmed by the news from Abu Dhabi. Rabbi Oshi, today, I came here for you. That's why I'm here. And then, though he never once before accepted my invitation to do so, he agreed to put on tefillin with me, and we davened together in memory of my brother in shlichus, Rabbi Tzvi Kogan, Zechreinu Livracha. At that moment, I felt as if Torah had placed us on Yaakov's stone, that indestructible monument of Jewish faith, that part of the Jewish soul that never, ever wavers. 37 years ago, at the Kinnas HaShluchim of 1987, the Rebbe gave these words of Torah, the Maimer V'Shavti B'Shalim, to every single shliach in their hand. And perhaps it was his way of telling us that the road was long and the galus is hard. But Kinderlach, you have Yaakov's prayer behind you. You have Jewish history behind you. And most importantly, through these words of Torah, you have that stone, that bedrock of faith within each and every one of you. Tired Shluchim and dear friends, may we carry that stone, that core of our neshama with us as we walk into the future with courage, with resilience, and yes, with faith. And tonight we pray, we daven. Eibishter, We need the ultimate Hana La'elam. May we finally merit that great return. Vishavti b'shalem el beis avi. A world where Yaakov's vision is fulfilled, where the Jewish people stand together in peace and joy, with Mashiach leading us home, not one day, not tomorrow, but today, now, in this very moment. L'chaim.
Shluchim and guests, we ask you kindly to please find your seats, that the program may continue.
Ein Daikin Meshe, Mahashem Shenesim Lemishahu, Shehu Nechi, Ki Im, Shezehu Mare al Mashahu Nechisas V'yerido, Ki Im Adra Betzorich Lahadgish Bozer, Shehu Mashahu Miyuchot, Umitsuyon, Alidei Beri Hodom, Shenosam Le Kechis Miyuchodim, Yiseirim al Mashi Yeshno, Lehodom Min Hashuro,
Thank you, thank you. I'm addressing you today using American Sign Language, my native language. The voice you hear is not mine, but the words most definitely are. I speak for my community when I say that it is a struggle for a deaf person to find his or her place in the mainstream community. To be a practicing Jew while deaf is an even greater challenge. Learning Torah and doing mitzvahs when deaf requires great effort and perseverance. This is why we opened our Beis Chabad, to enable this unique community of Jewish people to live fully Jewish lives in every sense of the word. We offer various programs such as holiday celebrations, summer camp, and a guest house, which hosts dozens of deaf Jews every Shabbos so they can truly experience the beauty of Yiddishkeit. But to me, the most important part of my shlichus is to be a living example to every deaf Jew that they too can lead a fulfilling Jewish life. When people watch my family live a purposeful life, guided by Torah and Hasidus, they understand that there are no obstacles that can get in the way of a person living Jewishly, not even deafness. Of course it's not easy, but we are living proof that it is possible. How did I end up in this amazing space? The Rebbe's shliach to the deaf. My personal journey to Chabad has many chapters, but what stands out are those firsts. The first time I stepped foot into a Chabad house. The first time I stepped foot into a Chabad yeshiva. The first time I stepped foot into Chabad on campus. The first time I visited Crown Heights. If you ask me, what did the Shluchim say to me during each of these encounters? I will tell you honestly, I have no clue, because I couldn't hear them speaking to me. I'm deaf, remember? But what I do remember, and I can still feel it now, is the warm and loving embrace of every shliach. In every single Chabad institution I visited, I was warmly welcomed. The way the Shluchim accepted me with love and kindness left an incredibly powerful impression on me. Even though there was a language barrier, it didn't do a thing to obstruct the language of love. In the words of our sages, the Shluchim's words that came from the heart indeed entered my heart. This is the embodiment of Lech Lecha, to go out, seek Jews, all kinds of Jews, Jews of all ages, Jews of all stripes and colors, Jews in every demographic category, and even deaf Jews. Embrace them, love them, inspire them, and give them authentic Yiddishkeit. Thanks to those who heeded the Rebbe's call, I am here today, a shliach of the Rebbe. Fellow Shluchim, there are deaf Jews and Jews with various disabilities all over the world. Let us continue our efforts to reach out and inspire every single one of them. Thank you.
I grew up in a Jewish area, completely secular. I knew I was Jewish. It's something I did, but I can't say that there was any particular excitement. I went through college and I became very motivated and driven academically. I was sort of a one-track mind. Went to medical school, then training as a resident, and then became into the field of urology. At this point, here I am. I'm a doctor now, and Yiddishkeit, probably not much going on. Every Shabbos, I'm driving down this long road, and I see a man with a beard walking with his kids every Shabbos. After a couple weeks, it starts to bother me. What's he doing here? This literally makes no sense. I was thinking to myself, maybe he didn't do his research, maybe he made a mistake. I'm like, I've got to investigate this. One day, I sort of followed the road, I started investigating. Ended up in the back of a shopping center. I didn't know what it was. It said Jewish Outreach on the window. It had a phone number, Chabad, it said it. I didn't know what that was. So I call the number. I don't know what I'm gonna say. I don't know who I'm calling. Very nice gentleman answers the phone. Chabad, how can I help you? I said, do you have a minyan during the week? I didn't even know what a minyan was, really. But that's all that came out. And we introduced ourselves to each other, and we ended up meeting at the Jewish Community Center, not far away. And we developed a relationship. Here is a rabbi who's sort of introducing me to a Yiddishkeit that I didn't know existed. This is something I never knew about. So I get onto Chabad.org, and there's this trove of audio lectures and videos, and I was overwhelmed. I'm like, I want this. I couldn't find enough time in the day.
Trips with wisdom, with the words of Hashem, again called
and then I realized, wait a second. Like this that I'm listening to, I have this here. This is my friend, Rabbi K. This is what he's offering. And so I would say the relationship exploded. Tanya, Rambam, davening, tefillin.
Baruch Hu es Adonai Baruch.
Just anything that you could imagine a Chabad Chassid is doing, I started adopting, and it felt so great. I was very centered on my growth and my Yiddishkeit, but I found that I was taking my kippah off. I'm in my office, but I changed uniform. And one day, I'm like, why am I taking my kippah? This doesn't feel right. And I start seeing patients with my kippah. And what I noticed was that the patients start talking to me about anything Jewish. And so I became engaged with them, and I started opening up and talking more comfortably about things Jewish. At some point, Rabbi K goes, maybe you could put tefillin or think about talking to the Jewish men about tefillin. Older man, didn't have much going on with his Yiddishkeit. He was gonna have a surgery coming up. And I just said, it actually came out of nowhere. I know you're Jewish. Have you ever put on tefillin?
Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Asher Kiddishanu B'mitzvotav V'tzivanu Lehaniach Tefillin. Beautiful, beautiful. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad.
And at that point, I became a bit more confident. I said, wow, this actually is kind of easy. And I felt more confident, and everyone was very happy about it. I started to feel like this is an opportunity. This is unbelievable. They're coming through, they're coming to me, they want to be here. It's a captive audience. I'm helping them with a condition. So wow, maybe they will listen to me and be receptive to this also. And that's when the tefillin takes off with patients. It's just contagious, it's easy, it's a pleasure. And then talking to patients about anything Jewish.
You're doing a mitzvah, and this is an automatic connection to Hashem.
Not to Jewish news, not to current events, but to real Yiddishkeit.
Baruch, Atah, Adonai, Eloheinu. I ask you, when was the last time that you put tefillin on? Was it your bar mitzvah time?
Yeah, I
in
think
Newark, New Jersey, 1947. And then you told me that after the tefillin, something changed.
I have a feeling that it changed, particularly when you put it on. Doing that operation on me was really something that just reignited my interest in following up.
Was sehr sicher, bei jeder Menschen in seiner Arbeit, wenn tut in dem, mit sein, wie ein Mensch darf tun, es muss in die Kadruf der Kirche ist, wo der Rebischter hat dem gegeben, wird ein Licht, was beleuchtet, nicht nur allein und sein Mischpoche und sein Stadt, nur die ganze Welt herum, aber das wird ein Licht, jeder einzelne Meister.
All these years, after investing so much into being the best doctor I can be, I thought my purpose was only to help and treat people's bodies. Now I realize that with the Rebbe's inspiration to reach out to every Jew, I'm here to ignite Jewish souls. We all have something more that we can do to connect the Jews that we're encountering. Putting on tefillin, shaking a lulav esrog, Shabbos candles. We can have an incredible impact on the Jewish world. We are extensions of the Shluchim. It may not feel necessarily especially comfortable at first, but I can tell you it snowballs. You develop confidence. The people that you're engaging appreciate it. And the impact that we can have on the Jewish world is infinite and endless. And we're all capable of empowering Jews that we encounter and having them get involved into their Yiddishkeit. And I think the ripple effect can be infinite. Now you know who I am. But let me tell you a little bit about my brother. Not so many years ago, his life was unraveling. The optometry business he had spent years building was on the brink of collapse. He faced enormous personal struggles and was in a very dark place emotionally. At the same time, Rabbi Yaakov Kaplan and his family moved into his neighborhood and tried to engage him in Yiddishkeit. His initial response was less than positive. But a shliach does not give up. He kept coming patiently, with warmth and friendship. And little by little, a connection and bond formed between the two. They spoke about life, Judaism, and purpose, awakening his neshama. Their journey took them to the Ohel, marking a pivotal moment in my brother's transformation. All of his personal and business struggles were literally transformed into revealed blessings. A short while ago, my brother visited a clinic in an area with few Jews, one he rarely visits, maybe twice a year. He left early that morning before dawn, so he took his tefillin with him, planning to put them on later in the day. Later that morning, a patient walked into the clinic and said, "Are you Dr. Levin? I need Dr. Levin." My brother confirmed, "Yes, that's me. How can I help?" The man shared that he had been contemplating taking his life. He came into the office that morning because the practice's name was a Jewish one, and he felt the need to be around another Jew during such a dark time. Without hesitation, my brother asked if he would like to put on tefillin. The man agreed. So right there, my brother, who had only recently started putting tefillin himself a few months before, put tefillin on a fellow Jew in desperate need of a connection to his neshama and Hashem. They cried together, and my brother encouraged him to seek needed help and reconnect with his Judaism. My fellow lay leaders, we all have the potential to make holy moments in our environment and workplace. I encourage you to reach out to someone and ask them to do a mitzvah. You can literally change a life. Wow. I had no idea this was so great. Wow.
Good evening and welcome to what is the most special and monumental convention of Shluchim which ever took place.
For so many years, Rabbi Moshe Yehuda Kotlarsky was the face and voice of the Kinnis HaShluchim. This year, he is here in spirit. For many years, Rabbi Kotlarsky devoted a moment during the Kinnis to poignantly recall the Shluchim who recently left this world. This year, it is our duty to recall the remarkable individual whose name will be forever synonymous with the continuous growth of the Rebbe's network of ambassadors. Like the Shluchim whose missions he facilitated, Rabbi Kotlarsky devoted his life with boundless passion to the Rebbe's mission to empower and embrace all Jews.
How did you know if the Rebbe was happy with you, if he gave you more to do? Myself, like thousands of others, we wake up in the morning and we want to know what could we do to make the world a better place of goodness and kindness that will be a source of happiness that the Rebbe will give us more to do.
At the count of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Count.
He was personally empowered by the Rebbe to facilitate new Shluchims venturing out and to organize epic conferences, annually gathering the Shluchim in.
I would like to ask everyone to please rise. A round of applause for the whole world.
Jews around the world turn to you, the Shluchim, for personal and communal celebrations. And Shluchim around the world would turn to Rabbi Kotlarsky to assist, facilitate, or personally participate in their communal and often also personal celebrations.
In the name of Lubavitch World Headquarters and Shluchim around the world, I'd like to congratulate the Jewish community of Aspen of the beautiful new Chabad house in Hanover, Germany. I almost feel that I am gainfully employed here. It's a full-time job coming to the expansions of the Chabad Center in Binghamton.
Jews across the globe know that when things are difficult, they can turn to you, their local shliach. And for decades, Shluchim across the world knew that no matter the day or the hour, Rabbi Kotlarsky offered an eagerly listening ear, practical guidance, and on-the-ground assistance and intervention. His shlichus was to enable your shlichus. He completed his mission with the last of his strength. But our mission is not over.
What the Rebbe wanted from us was to prepare the world for the coming of Mashiach. And until Mashiach comes, we have not, until each and every Jew is not reached, we have not fulfilled our mission. So we're going to work.
May his memory and example inspire us to complete our collective mission to immediately bring the Geula, the complete and true redemption.
So let's go everyone together, not once, but twice, but 10 times. Nation after nation. After nation, 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 after
I can only thank you. I can hear my Father's voice. Calling out to each and every one of us that just took part in this most incredible evening, celebrating and saluting the work of the Shluchim, celebrating and saluting Jewish pride, Jewish life, Judaism on the offense. But in his true fashion that he learned from the Lubavitcher Rebbe, he would turn to each and every one of us and say, the work is only beginning. Take a moment, close your eyes and think of one more thing that you can do to make a difference. Think of one more person in your circle, on your block, a neighbor, in your family, at your workplace. Someone who people would say it is impossible for them to ever have an open Jewish heart or access to the proud Jewish tradition that we all know so well, and do something about it. One of the last initiatives that he announced from this podium was that he was going to raise 120 million mitzvahs. And he didn't leave it by just a theoretical announcement and said, I'm happy everybody's doing so much. He forced us to create a platform, onemitzvah.org, where every single person can raise mitzvahs just like you raise money. For your birthday, for your bar mitzvah, for a tragedy, just to add light, just for fun. Get your friends and family involved, because that is the only way that we will be able to break the walls of Gullus and usher in the era of peace, of tranquility, of utopia, with the coming of Mashiach Tzidkenu speedily, and we will be reunited with our Rebbe, with our loved ones, and for me, with my Father, B'mheira v'yameinu, Amen. Now more than ever, The Shluchim's vital work to ensure that every single Jew has a place to feel and call home is incredibly important. And therefore, Chabad Lubavitch headquarters thanks and salutes each and every individual supporter of their local Chabad center. Without you, we would not be able to have the lights on. You are the ones, the hundreds and thousands of Jewish donors and supporters on a local level that create this partnership and brings a thriving Jewish life to your community. At the same time, it is my honor and privilege to take a moment and salute our global visionary partners who enable us to be able to do so much more for the network of Shluchim all the time. Your dedication and care for the Jewish people, your commitment to a better world continues to be the catalyst for extraordinary transformation for today, tomorrow, and for the generations to come. So please join me in giving a very warm salute and thank you to in loving memory of Reb Shmuel and Sarah Rohr. And as we continue down the generations, thank you, Mr. George and Pamela Rohr, for everything that you do. We have the pleasure and joy of thanking and extending an incredible appreciation to a great friend, a visionary partner, Mr. Yisrael Tolchinsky. To Mr. Morris and Lillian Tabasinik, thank you. To the Azar Family Foundation, Letisa and Eduardo, we couldn't do it without you. Thank you. I'd like to give a special bracha to the community of Dnepropetrovsk and its president, Reb Tzvi Hirsch, Gennady Bogolubov. He should be healthy and well and successful with peace of mind and to be able to continue and bring back all of that support that he helped the Shluchim with over all the years. To Reb Yitzchak and Julie Genevich, thank you. To Yitzchak Ben Miriam and the Meroimim Foundation for all that you do for Shluchim all over the world. You're incredible, and thank you. To Yitzchak Ben Leah, to the Weinstein Family Foundation, thank you. And on behalf of all of the Yidden in the former Soviet Union, for all that you did, Reb Levi Levayev, Yasher Koyach. We have with us tonight an incredible new close friend and visionary partner to Shluchim around the world, Reb Elio and Ina Keladenko from Canada. Thank you very, very much. In addition to that, we have the opportunity now to extend a heartfelt thank you to all those that were involved in planning this kinnis. You saw their names on the screen. From the production to the content, to the Vada Kinnis, to the Vada Merkez, but most importantly, to the local officials who kept us safe in this trying time and this world. Please, let's give a rousing round of applause to the NYPD and to the Edison Police Department. We appreciate everything that you do. And now, for what some will call the highlight of the banquet, turn your eyes to the screens as the roll call is about to begin.
Welcome to the Roll Call 5785. Across oceans and dateline, from remote islands to bustling cities, on university campuses, and in communities large and small, Shluchim have established centers of light and spirituality, creating bastions of Torah study and mitzvahs observance. No matter how difficult the challenge or how great the struggle, they have brought hope to the isolated, meaning and purpose to all who they encounter, and love and a warm embrace to every single Jew. We take a moment to identify on the map the points of light kindled by the Shluchim. As we journey across the globe, we will witness a world filled with optimism, hope, purpose, and mission. And now, dear Shluchim, stand tall as we jointly celebrate your mission, sacrifice, and monumental achievements. Let the roll call begin.
This grand banquet has inspired us all. Now it's the time to embrace the message of Lech Lecha and return to our respective Makom HaShlichus with renewed determination and dedication to our holy mission. When your country is called, whether you're here in this room or watching from afar, please rise and join us in one loud voice as we proclaim Am Yisrael Chai. I'll ask you to join me as we travel around the world with the International Kinus HaShluchim Roll Call 5785-2024. Chabad of cyberspace. Welcome my fellow Shluchim from Europe. Join me in welcoming the new Shliach to the country of Andorra. The 37 Shluchim to Austria. The Shluchim to Belarus. The 18 Shluchim to Belgium. The Shluchim to Bulgaria. The Shluchim to Crimea. The Shliach to Croatia. The Shluchim to the Czech Republic. The Shluchim to Denmark. Join me in welcoming the 136 Shluchim to England. The Shluchim to Estonia. The Shliach to Finland. On souhaite maintenant la bienvenue à mes collègues aux 439 Shluchim de France. We welcome the 439 Shluchim from France. Let's welcome the 37 Shluchim to Germany, the Shluchim to Greece, the Shluchim to Hungary, the Shliach to Iceland.
I'm Zalman Lent, proudly representing my country, the country of Ireland. Welcome the 33 Shluchim to Italy. The Shluchim to Latvia. Welcome the Shluchim to Lithuania. The Shliach to Luxembourg. The Shliach to Malta. Welcome the Shliach to Moldova. Welcome the Shluchim to Monaco. The Shluchim to Montenegro. Put your hands together and welcome the 22 Shluchim to the Netherlands. Welcome the Shliach to Norway. Welcome the Shluchim to Poland. Welcome the Shluchim to Portugal, the Shluchim to Romania, the Shluchim to Scotland. Welcome the Shliach to Serbia. Welcome the Shluchim to Slovakia, the Shliach to Slovenia. Welcome the 6 Shluchim to Spain. Welcome the families of Shluchim to Sweden. Welcome the 11 Shluchim to Switzerland. Please join me in welcoming the 167 Shluchim from the birthplace of our dear Rebbe, the country of Ukraine. Let us welcome the Shliach to Wales. Please join me in welcoming the Shluchim to Asia, the Shliach to Armenia, the 8 Shluchim to Azerbaijan, the Shliach to Cambodia. Please put your hands together and welcome the 17 Shluchim to China, the Shluchim to Cyprus, the Shliach to North Cyprus, the Shluchim to Georgia. At this time, we invoke the beloved memory of Rabbi Gabi and Rifki Holzberg. Tonight, we commemorate their 16th yahrzeit. We wish Moshe and the entire family Arichas Yomim V'Shanim Tovos. Let us welcome the Shluchim to India.
מרכז העולם, ארץ אשר תמיד עיני השם אלוקיך בה, ארץ שהיום כמו תמיד היא המקום הבטוח ביותר בעולם. השלוחים בארץ רואים במוחה שדברי הרבה, ארץ ישראל היא חבית מלאה באמונה שרק מחכה לניצוץ כדי להתלקח. ברוכים הבאים ל-1442 שלוחים לארץ ישראל. Let's welcome the Shluchim to Japan, the Shluchim to Kazakhstan, the Shliach to Kyrgyzstan, the Shliach to Laos, the Shliach to Myanmar, the Shliach to Nepal.
Меня зовут Хаим Данзингер. Я рад быть здесь вместе с 209 шлухим из России. And now let us welcome the shluchim to the birthplace of Chabad Lubavitch, the shluchim to Russia. welcoming the Shluchim to Singapore, the Shliach to South Korea, the Shluchim to Taiwan, the 13 Shluchim to Thailand, the Shluchim to Turkey. In light of the horrific tragedy, we wish the entire family of Shluchim strength to continue our holy work, bringing Yiddishkeit to every single Jew. Let us welcome the 6 Shluchim and the delegation to the United Arab Emirates. The Shluchim to Uzbekistan, the 6 Shluchim to Vietnam. We now move across the globe to Africa. Let's welcome the Shluchim to Africa, the Shliach to Angola, the Shliach to the Canary Islands, the Shliach to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the Shliach to Ghana, the Shliach to the Ivory Coast, the Shliach to Kenya, the Shliach to Mauritius, the Shluchim to Morocco, the 2 Shluchim to Nigeria, the Shliach to Rwanda, the 65 Shluchim to South Africa, the Shliach to Tunisia, the Shliach to Uganda, the Shliach to Zambia, the Shliach to Zanzibar. From Africa, the globe now turns towards Australia. Let's welcome the 147 Shluchim to Australia. The Shliach to New Caledonia, the 4 Shluchim to New Zealand.
Shalom a todos. Let us now travel to the other side of the world, to South America. Please welcome the Shluchim to my Mokom HaShliches, 132 Shluchim to Argentina. Welcome the 116 Shluchim of Brazil. The Shluchim to Chile. The 10 Shluchim to Colombia. The Shliach to Ecuador. The Shliach to Paraguay. The Shluchim to Peru, the Shluchim to Uruguay, the Shluchim to Venezuela. Now join me as we welcome the Shluchim from North America and the Caribbean island. Let's welcome the Shliach to Aruba, the Shliach to the Bahamas, the Shliach to Barbados, the Shliach to Bermuda. Let's welcome the 302 Shluchim to Canada, joined with a large delegation from Montreal. The Shliach to the Cayman Island, the Shluchim to Costa Rica, the Shliach to Curacao, the Shluchim to the Dominican Republic, the Shliach to Grenada, the Shluchim to Guatemala, the Shliach to Jamaica. Let's welcome the new Shliach to the country of Martinique, the 12 Shluchim to Mexico, the Shliach to Nicaragua, the 16 Shluchim to Panama, the Shluchim to Puerto Rico, the Shliach to S. Barts, the Shliach to S. Lucia, the Shliach to S. Martin, the shliach to Turks and Caicos, the shliach to the Virgin Island.
It is my honor to welcome the Shluchim from the United States of America. Let's give a warm welcome to the 2,383 Shluchim representing all 50 states in the Union and our nation's capital, the land that welcomed the Frierdiker Rebbe and the Rebbe. The United States of America. Shluchim to Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas. We pause at this time to wish Yosef Yitzchak ben Bracha, Rabbi Yitzi Horowitz, a complete refuah shalema. The Shluchim to California. The Shluchim to Colorado, Connecticut, the District of Columbia. The Shluchim to Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana. The crescendo continues. The Shluchim to Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky. The Shluchim to Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts. The Shluchim to Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska. The Shluchim to Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, the home of the Chabad Lubavitch headquarters. Welcome the Shluchim to North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island. The Shluchim to South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas. The Shluchim to Utah, to Vermont, and my dear colleagues from the great Commonwealth of Virginia. The Shluchim to Washington, West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming. Will all the Shluchim in the room doing the Rebbe's work please rise? Thank you to our dear parents who raise us, guide us, and encourage us. Will all the fathers please rise? A heartfelt thank you to our dear lay leaders and friends. Will you all please rise?
Thank you to our dear parents who raise us, guide us, and encourage us. Please rise. And a very heartfelt thank you to our lay leaders and friends. Will you all please rise? And to the close to 100,000 people watching online, will you please rise? Wow! Look at this room. Let us proclaim in one loud voice, Am Yisrael Chai. And now a round of applause for the whole wide world.
Ay, 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 hurray, hurray, hurray. But dober velay yimonu ke Allah sela ho ho, Allah sela ho ho, I eat some boyin. Allah sela ho ho, Allah sela ho ho, Allah sela ho ho, I eat some boyin. Ay 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 ay. Did la la did la la did la la did la yo did la yo did la ma ay 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 ay. Ay ay ay. Did la la did la la did la la did la yo did la yo did la ay ay ay. Oh oh. Allah sela oh oh, Allah sela oh oh, I eat some boy. Будет, я журик се хлопцы, что с нами будет? И поедем на Карчанке, там и водка будет. Тай-ла-лай, ты-ды-май, ты-ды-ди-ла-ди-ла-ла. Тай-ла-лай, ты-ды-ды-май-ла-ди-ла-ду. Тай-ла-лай, ты-ды-ди-май, ты-ды-ди-ла-ди-ла-ла. Тай-ла-лай, ты-ды-ди-май-ла-ди-ла-ла. We're marching out. on to victory without a doubt. The quarters full, we're marching happily. Nation after nation, we are conquering. Shluchim Yadeinu, to bring Mashiach Tzidkeinu. Tomorrow will be godless no more, and we'll win this godless war. Mashiach Tzidkeinu. Tomorrow will be godless no more, and we'll win this godless war.
Was?